came early and took your seats, you're going to be glad you did. So first of all, I'm going to have to do this twice today, but let me do it for the first time. I'm going to do the protocol roll of honor, and then we shall begin. So to today's opening ceremony, we want to welcome His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, the President and First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of Malawi, His Excellency Bryce Oligui Nguema, President of Gabon, is going to be with us, the Honorable Philip E. Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as well as his fellow compatriot, Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. We have the Most Honorable Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. We also have with us Honorable Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, representing the President. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second here because I think I'm speaking to myself at the moment. I see people, no one's paying attention to us. Only half the room is paying attention, so I'm going to stop for a second. Okay. So a lady at the back there said she could hear me, so I appreciate it. But I think others might... Okay, so in a situation like this, what do I do? Okay, I just continue. Okay, God loves a trier. Okay, His Excellency Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, represented by His Excellency Hassan Abdallah, Vice Deputy Prime Minister of Egypt, is with us. His Excellency William Samo Ruto is represented herein. Professor Benedict Orama, of course, the chairman of the board of directors and president of Afreximbank, is of course with us. We have the Honorable Olusegun Obasanjo, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Also, the former vice president of Nigeria, Namadi Sambo, is going to join us as well. His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former president of Ethiopia. His Excellency Macky Sall, former president of Senegal. His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, former president of Ghana. The Most Honorable Percival Noel James Patterson, former the Prime Minister of Jamaica, is with us. Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General CARICOM Secretariat. Her Excellency Selma Hadadi is here, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, representing, of course, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, is with us from Ethiopia, all the way from Ethiopia. She's flown. His Excellency Wale Edun, Minister of Finance of the Economy of Nigeria, and all the global ministers here present, too many to mention. You're welcome. The governors of state and provinces in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, global African governors of central banks, including the Governor Cardoso of the Nigerian Central Bank. We have so many captains of industry here. I know Tony Elumelu will be joining us, Strive Masiwa, Aliko Dangote. I could go on. The list is too long for me to continue on that. Diplomatic Corps and the head of international organizations here present, board members and shareholders of Afreximbank, former presidents of Afreximbank, senior executives and executive presidents, colleagues, my dear colleagues at Afreximbank, and friends and partners, AFNet representatives, ladies and gentlemen of the press, captains of industries, royal fathers and kings here present. Welcome to the penultimate day of the AAM 2025. Now, it gives me great pleasure to reintroduce my fellow MC for this year's annual meetings, Afreximbank annual meetings. As you know, and as you've seen, she's a dynamic communicator. Please welcome back Marie-Angèle Touré.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mark, for pronouncing my name with such a French accent.
De rien.
Excellences, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi à mon tour de vous souhaiter la bienvenue dans le cadre de cette troisième journée des 32e assemblées annuelles d'Afreximbank dans cette magnifique ville qu'est Abuja, au Nigeria. Une troisième journée que nous vivons, je le constate, avec toujours autant d'inspiration, d'implication, de motivation et d'engagement porté par l'élan d'une Afrique déterminée, résiliente et tournée vers l'avenir. Donc merci à vous d'être présents, d'être là. Merci d'incarner par votre présence ce panafricanisme concret et stratégique. Et laissez-moi vous dire que cette journée vous réserve de belles surprises, des moments forts et des interventions inattendues. But before we start, I would like you to watch a quick highlight video and then we will come back and officially start the ceremony. Thank you very much.
Honor to join you at this 32nd Afreximbank annual meeting convened under the timely theme, Building the Future on Decades of Resilience.
Through the African Trade Gateway, we are creating a one-stop digital superhighway to reduce trade friction and enhance Africa's trade internally and with the global partners.
This is Africa's time. This is Africa's century. And as a continent, by 2050, Africa will likely have become the third largest economic bloc in the world, passing Europe.
Or so that we seem to have got right, and I hope we will continue to build on it, is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That, I believe, we have got it right.
Wow, you can feel it, right? Get a round of applause, please. Not just for the people that are on the stage, but for yourselves. We are really making what's others would say is impossible. We're making it possible here today. Now, as I said, this is day 3, and every day has a sub-theme. And today's sub-theme asks a vital question. It says, can Africa rise in a fractured world? Well, certainly one of the things that gives Africa a bright future is strong institutions like Afreximbank. Just look at what they've done in 10 years of Professor Orama, when Professor Orama has been at the helm. Afreximbank assets have skyrocketed from 6 billion in 2015 to 40 billion plus by 2025. That's a 6-fold leap. They delivered consistent year-on-year growth earnings in profits and dividends, even when the global economy got rocky. They've mobilized a whopping $75 billion for Africa's energy sector. That's including $6 billion for refineries right here in Nigeria, Angola, Senegal. They've been boosting local independence when it comes to energy. They've introduced innovative financing models that made energy access fairer, and they've sped up access to industrialization. So much more I could go on with, but let me please introduce someone who's going to articulate it even better, because your first speaker today is the Executive Vice President of Governance, Legal and Corporate Services at Afreximbank. Now, since joining Afreximbank in 1996, he's been one of the main driving forces behind those successes I mentioned, championing innovative solutions and helping shape Africa's trade and development journey. I want you to give a robust pan-African round of applause for Mr. George Elombi.
Well, thanks very much for the very elaborate protocol. So, as is the tradition here, I'll stand by that protocol. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you to the third day of these events, the annual meetings holding in this beautiful city of Abuja, a city which has made its contribution to the history of African ambitions, the city that gave its name to Africa's most ambitious economic integration plan, the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, or more commonly known as the Abuja Treaty, the Abuja Plan of Action. There could therefore be no better location for us to address the questions of multilateralism and the role of Africa, and more particularly to deal with the very question we came here to address: can Africa rise in a very fractured world? That's the theme of today's. But the first 2 days of our seminars, the conferences, the panel discussions we have been truly insightful. We have taken the time to reflect on Africa's economic journey post-independence and discussed our collective ambitions under the AFCTA and Agenda 2063. We have heard from African and global leaders about the challenges we must overcome in the face of increasing uncertainty and the partnerships we must forge to ensure an integrated continent. We have seen that within an ongoing global fractious world lie opportunities for Africa. If we act decisively and strategically, then we can make the gains of those opportunities. The fragmentation of global trade underscores the urgency of accelerating the implementation of the African continental free trade area and boosting intra-African trade to realize the potential that we all expect for the 1.7 billion people in our continent. We have also witnessed how Afreximbank's 3 decades journey has helped turn adversity into opportunity, and how our initiatives are shaping Africa's growth. We have seen how Afreximbank has transformed from a dream to a global institution, driving Africa's trade-led development and integration. Conversations over the past 2 days have also underscored a consensus that in a world increasingly characterized by nationalism and protectionism, with an international financial architecture that often fails woefully to support the development interests of the global South, economic progress in Africa and the Caribbean, of that other part of global Africa, to which we will now have to pay more serious attention than we've done before. So the development interest and economic progress in our regions will largely depend on our regional institutions. Much time was spent on our regional institutions. Our hope today is that you spend even more time on the regional institutions. The sessions you had yesterday concluded that we must build an African and global financial architecture that will serve our development efforts rather than relegate us. So today, on this very last day, ladies and gentlemen, on today's discussions, you will again be invited to focus on the role of our institutions. And the institutions are important. They're important because of the very theme of this event. We are building our future on the basis of our resilient past, our own resilience. And today, we're talking about the fractured world. The role of the institutions in helping to overcome those fractures is very critical. They are critical to restitute, to rebuild, and to seek what it is that we need to move our trade to move the development ahead. We will consider the policy relevance of these institutions, why they should and they must cooperate, and why, in this fractured world, they should drive your global African agenda. The unity in action with the Caribbean Africans and all Africans elsewhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this, the invitation is that you give considerable attention to the discussions as they arise. Trade, as a trade institution, we believe in Afreximbank, that the question of our development would only be done through trade. The AFCTA was established for us to trade amongst ourselves. We can only trade amongst ourselves if we produce that which we trade, for we cannot trade unless we have the products to trade. We can only trade what we produce. And how do we then get into this production phase? How do we combine Professor Mabubani's idea of MPH, not miles per hour, as he said yesterday, but meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty? How do we combine this very simple motto with the simple execution capacity of what Mr. Gagan said of his Arise platforms? How do we approach each little sector by sector? Should we do so by emphasizing broad principles or by taking a sectoral approach where, to resolve the issues, we take the sectors one by each and see how we integrate them? That's going to be part of the discussion here. Should we in Ghana seek to transform, to process the cocoa there in Ghana, and then take the good and deal with the good in the hope that as we deal with cocoa processing, we're also going to deal with the infrastructure that surrounds it. And that same infrastructure, the transport infrastructure, the port infrastructure, the power you need to process the cocoa, and that all of that will also serve other sectors. Should we in Côte d'Ivoire do the same? Take the cocoa sector, manage it, take the oilseed sector in Côte d'Ivoire, deal with the demands of that sector. Should we in Southern Africa, in most of West Africa, in Mali, in Zimbabwe, where the mines are, in Congo, in Cameroon, should we take each mining sector, deal with the mining sector? We are told that steel will soon become very important as the rest of the world seeks to militarize, as the world seeks military independence. Then the question of steel becomes important. Should we not start processing? You will be listening to Mr. Dangote today about what processing means. Perhaps we draw the lessons from there, how his single project has integrated many other areas and developed the infrastructure which has been used by other sectors. So our call to you today is to invite you into these discussions, to take part in them, to walk away with something. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third day of your events. Thank you very much for giving us these 5 minutes.
Merci encore. Thank you very much to Dr. George Elombi. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for setting the tone this morning with clarity, vision, and purpose. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to welcome a stateswoman whose voice resonates across Africa and beyond. Nous avons l'immense privilège d'accueillir une figure de proue de la diplomatie africaine, fervente avocate de la souveraineté collective et convaincue de l'intégration africaine. Merci d'accueillir chaleureusement. Please join me in welcoming, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Selma Malika Hadadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, representing His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers and governors or their representatives here present today, President of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama, Vice President of Afreximbank, distinguished Dr. Elombi and other Vice Presidents here present, heads of regional and multilateral institutions, members of the diaspora, distinguished guest partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed, good morning. It is a great honor to be here in Abuja, the vibrant heart of West Africa, for this year's Afreximbank annual meeting, a gathering of vision, purpose, and ambition for the African continent. I wish to extend on behalf of the chairperson, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, and on my own behalf, the African Union's appreciation, deepest appreciation, to Afreximbank for your enduring commitment to Africa's development and your bold leadership in the face of adversity. Thank you, Afreximbank. The theme before us, Can Africa Rise in a Fractured World?, is not just a question. It is the challenge of this moment. It is a call to courage, vision, resilience, and collective responsibility. And it is timely. But how? First, in a fractured world, there is Africa's promise. We meet at a time of profound intersecting global crises. The multilateral system is under strain, global trade is fragmenting, climate disasters are intensifying, food insecurity is rising, and conflicts are multiplying. Trust in global institutions is eroding under these pressures. Yet, amid these turbulences, Africa stands as a paradox of vulnerability and promise. We are the world's youngest continent, rich in natural resources and even richer in human potential. We have weathered economic shocks, pandemics, and heavy debt burdens, and we remain standing, resilient, and hopeful. The question is not whether Africa can rise, but how we will make that rise on our own terms. Second, integration and Agenda 2063, the blueprint for Africa's rise. Africa's answer to a fractured world lies in greater integration, not division. Our flagship project, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, is the most powerful tool we have to realize this vision of an integrated continent. AFCFTA connects 55 nations into one common market, creating a foundation for economic growth and development. This vision is anchored in the Africa's Union Agenda 2063, our blueprint for transformation of Africa into a global powerhouse. Agenda 2063 is coming to life through investments in regional value chains, efforts to digitize trade and finance, and partnerships that prioritize African solutions. AFCFTA is the economic engine of this vision, with institutions like Afreximbank serving as a catalyst partner. Already, we are seeing signs of progress. Pilot trade shipments under AFCFTA's Guided Trade Initiative have begun, and customs protocols are improving. Small and medium enterprises, especially those led by women and young people, are finding new markets across the continent. Intra-African trade has now surpassed $200 billion USD, thanks to, in part, Afreximbank's Pan-African payment and settlement system. Enabling cross-border transactions, integration is not just an ideal, but a practical path to shared prosperity. Third, financing Africa's future with homegrown solutions. Africa cannot rise without inclusive and sovereign financing. For too long, external creditors imposed conditions that did not serve us. So Africa is charting a different path. Afreximbank shows how homegrown financial solutions can work. It provides counter-cyclical loans during crisis, supports regional supply chains, and innovates with platforms like PAPS and Mansa. These efforts prove that Africa can finance its own development. The African Union Commission is actively championing domestic resource mobilization to fund our priorities. Africa loses an estimated 89 billion every year to illicit financial outflows, money that should be building schools and improving health care. We must stop this hemorrhage through stronger governance and regional cooperation, and reforms to expand tax bases and curb illicit flows. We also have untapped pools of capital at home. African pensions funds collectively manage about 777 billion in assets. We should channel more of these domestic savings into African infrastructure and businesses. We also advocate for a fairer global financial system, a stronger Africa voice in the IMF and World Bank, and an end to biased credit rating that unfairly raise our borrowing costs. We are also putting in place our own rating agency. Fourth, harnessing youth power and diaspora strength. From Lagos to Los Angeles, African music and film are captivating the world. The influence is more than entertainment. It is soft power and economic opportunity, showing Africa's bold emergence on the world stage. To fully unlock the potential of our young population, we must invest in quality education, expand technical and vocational training, and ensure digital inclusion so every young African can access opportunities. The African Union is supporting these goals through initiatives like a revitalized AU Youth Volunteers Corps and new continent-wide programs for internship and job placements. Africa's diaspora is also a tremendous asset. Millions of Africans abroad send home over 100 billion in remittances each year and bring global expertise and networks. We must engage them as true partners in Africa's rise and co-creators of it. I urge our governments and banks to establish diaspora bonds and investment funds to channel diaspora wealth into African development. Our youth and diaspora are integral to our future, and their full inclusion is imperative. A continent divided cannot rise. Fifth, facing the climate crisis and demanding justice. Africa is on the front line of the climate crisis, despite contributing the least to it. Our people endure droughts, floods, and desertification. These are not just environmental issues, but existential threats to lives and economies in the continent. We must invest in low-carbon energy for growth and build climate-resilient infrastructure to protect our communities. At the same time, we must demand climate justice and hold wealthy nations accountable. They have pledged to increase climate finance for developing countries, aiming for $300 billion USD per year by 2035, and ultimately 1.3 trillion by that date. Africa will insist these promises are kept, with timely and adequate support to confirm the climate emergency. We must shield African economies from others' climate policies. Unilateral moves like carbon tariffs could hurt African exporters. We must ensure our industries can green their operations and remain competitive. Africa should not be penalized for embracing sustainability. We need support to adapt without sacrificing growth. 6, a united voice in a multipolar world. The world is no longer bipolar or unipolar. It is multipolar, and Africa must stand as a confident pole of influence. The inclusion of the African Union as permanent member of the G20 is a major diplomatic milestone, recognizing Africa's global importance. But we must translate this achievement into real influence. Africa's 55 nations should speak with one voice in international forums, from climate summits to trade negotiations to United Nations debates. With over 1.4 billion people and a growing economy weight, Africa can move from the periphery of the decision-making to its core through unity. Our collective strength will ensure that global decisions better reflect Africa's interests. 7th, sustaining the rise, leadership, and unity. So can Africa rise in a fractured world? The truth is, Africa is already rising. We see it in our increasing intra-African trade, our financial innovations, and the creativity and determination of our people. We are rising because we choose cooperation over conflict, self-reliance over dependence, and unity over fragmentation. However, this progress is not automatic or guaranteed. Sustaining our rise requires accountable leadership, effective institutions, inclusive policies, and respectful partnerships. In short, it demands good governance and an unwavering commitment to include everyone in our growth. Africa's rise will not happen by accident. We will rise by design, by determination, and by collective action. And finally, rising by resilience and design. For too long, Africa's story has been framed by adversity. Yet, each challenge, from colonization to conflict, from pandemics to economic exclusion, has made us more resilient and more united. That resilience is the foundation of our future, and now is the time to build upon it. Today, on behalf of the African Union, I issue a clarion call to Africans everywhere. It is time for us to shape the future we want together, unlock Africa's own capital and invest in our development, finance transformative infrastructure across the continent, invest in African entrepreneurs, especially youth and women, digitize financial system to boost intra-African trade, build a self-reliant continental economy. To our diaspora, your knowledge, networks, and resources are vital. We urge you to come home with your vision and expertise by partnering with African institutions. And here I would like to really welcome the second Africa CARICOM summit that will be held later this year in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Together, let us shape Africa's destiny in line with Agenda 2063, so the next generations inherit a continent of prosperity and pride. Africa does not lack potential. In a fractured world, let Africans be each other's answer. United in purpose and conviction, Africa will not just rise, Africa will soar. Let us rise resilient, resourceful, and ready. Let us build the Africa we deserve. May Africa rise. May Africa unite. May Africa lead. Thank you. Merci, shukran, asante sana, obrigado. God bless Africa.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Ambassador Selma Malaika Hadadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, representing the Chairperson, of course, of the AUC, and also thank you to George Elombi at Afreximbank there for getting us off to a good start there. Now we're going to move over to the Caribbean, our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett leads CARICOM. It's a 20-nation regional bloc advancing Caribbean economic integration, development, and global partnerships. Most recently, collaborating with Afreximbank to boost trade, investment, and sustainability initiatives. Please welcome her to the stage as she delivers her remarks. Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM.
Good morning, everyone. I will stand on all of the protocols that have already been established and simply say that I am extremely pleased to be here today for the 32nd annual meeting of Afreximbank and to reflect on the theme, Progressive Unity in a Fractured World, Building a Global African Coalition for Development. Thanks to Afreximbank and thanks to the government of Nigeria for all of the courtesies that have been extended to my delegation since we have been here. It is really very much appreciated. The globalization phenomenon of the 21st century was expected to enhance North-South relations and the interdependence of people worldwide. It was also anticipated that it would bring prosperity in the developing world through increased efficiency of industries and competitiveness to drive growth and development. Instead, the world has devolved into what the World Economic Forum in its Global Risk Report 2025 has described as an increasingly fractured global landscape with escalating geopolitical, environmental, societal, and technological challenges. Amidst these challenges, Africa, with a significant demographic advantage, natural resource base, untapped carbon markets, and renewable energy, remains poised to become the next frontier of global economic growth. To realize this potential, Africa will not only need to harness its diversity, but also leverage its strategic assets to mitigate some of the geopolitical and geoeconomic risks emanating from an extremely polarized global environment. In this regard, the concept of progressive unity, characterized by prioritizing shared values, collective vision, dialogue, and collaborative action, must become the guiding principle for Africa's interactions on the global scale or global stage. Such interactions will require bold, strategic choices rooted in African agency, innovative policies, and strong global partnerships. In this fractured environment, this is an opportunity for Africa and the Caribbean, which is the home of a large contingent of the African diaspora, the sixth region, to build common cause on shared values and shared interests, and forge a path towards mutually beneficial collective action. The divisions created during the period of European colonization of Africa and the Caribbean would remain and become even further entrenched without a focused intent on breaking down the barriers among us. Both regions have already started this journey to embrace a collective vision and to create a new model of collaboration in our mutual interests. Like the Caribbean, Africa's well-being is inextricably linked to global prosperity. However, amidst trade tensions triggered by a rise in protectionist measures and growing policy uncertainty, Global economic growth is now projected to slow down in 2025 and to remain tepid in the short to medium term. This has caused a significant downward revision in the growth outlook for almost all countries, including in Africa and in the Caribbean, thereby making progress on key development goals more difficult. More particularly, this prediction for global prosperity is accompanied by multiple shocks, such as the downturn in global demand, lower prices for some key commodities, higher global borrowing costs, and constraints on external funding. These have significant implications for the growth and development trajectory of developing countries. Of grave concern is the breakdown of the rules-based international trading system, the disruption in trade and investment flows, and the increased decoupling of traditional trading partners from the current providers of development support. Developing countries like those in Africa and the Caribbean are the hardest hit, as heightened geopolitical tensions and reduced trade lead to a fall in foreign direct investment and the knowledge spillovers that are so critical to driving inclusive growth and sustainable development. These geopolitical and geoeconomic developments require careful handling. There needs to be positive alignment between economic and political interests and a redefinition of global partnerships into mechanisms that foster inclusive growth, sustainable development, and economic and climate resilience for developing countries. Building resilience requires that Africa, like the Caribbean, retain access to affordable, long-term concessional financing from multilateral development institutions. The Bridgetown Initiative, version 3.0, provides a common platform for joint advocacy on the reform of the multilateral financial system, whose governance model continues to mirror outdated political alliances and economic constructs. More than anything else, this situation serves as a basis for a common cause between Africa and the Caribbean. While the current realignment of global geopolitical and geoeconomic interests will continue to pose significant challenges, it also creates opportunities for Africa and the Caribbean to strengthen cooperation to achieve common development goals. As I noted during the first CARICOM Africa Summit hosted by Kenya and held virtually in September of 2021, CARICOM is committed to strengthening this cooperation and building a mutually beneficial and stable partnership. Opportunities exist in such areas as trade and investment promotion, development finance, climate change, reparatory justice, mass media, and increased people-to-people contact. Moreover, a strong and mutually beneficial partnership between Africa and the Caribbean, underscored by the principle of progressive unity, can become the springboard for broader South-South cooperation that leverages comparative advantages, thereby creating strong economic growth and development trajectories. We look forward to exploring these possibilities during the second CARICOM Africa Summit to be held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on CARICOM Africa Day on September 7th of this year. The foundations of African agency and the building of successful strategic partnerships have already been laid with the admission of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. This gives Africa an active voice on key development issues, key global economic issues. The establishment of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest free trade area that is intended to create a single market for goods and services on the continent, is a major step towards, among other things, reducing intra-African trade barriers and developing African value chains and economic prosperity. This institutional platform, along with mutually beneficial partnerships and alliances, will advance the ecosystem for building a global African coalition for development, including the Caribbean. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Her Excellency, the CARICOM Secretary General, Dr. Carla Barnett. The Dangote refinery is a true phenomenon. Deep into the Lekki Peninsula of Lagos State here in Nigeria, it's a real game changer. And Afreximbank has been instrumental in realizing this juggernaut of progress, not just for Nigeria, but for the whole of Africa. It is really a blueprint on self-determination when it comes to energy, when it comes to refined energy. And Dangote is literally powering energy independence with this incredible structure. And we're very, very proud of it. It's creating thousands of jobs as well, and turning Nigeria from an importer to an exporter of refined products. It's a true game changer for regional prosperity and opportunity. Take a look at this video.
There are very few of Dangote in the marketplace.
In an economy that wants to grow, you must have entrepreneurs that think big and dare.
Mr. Dangote, you are putting together one of the largest ever investments in Africa.
Aliko Dangote, most famous industrialist and investor in Africa.
My childhood life was great, really, because I was raised by my late grandfather, who was actually a businessman. Right from childhood, I had this interest of being or becoming a business. I've always wanted to work for myself, make things that people believe that they are impossible, make them possible.
I guess anybody who goes there will feel the same way. You can imagine that a 650,000 barrels per day refinery is huge. It's way beyond my own imagination.
Today, the refinery we are building is the largest ever single train in the world, not in Africa. Yes, 650,000 barrels.
That resonates with us, resonates with our founding principle, the can-do spirit of the African. We have to support the big idea of our brother Aliko. We are backing it because we believe that it will change things.
The world has changed completely. You don't produce value add, forget it. You don't get anything.
We must industrialize. And you can see that we already have an alignment with the Dangote group.
There's nothing that is as good as a bank understanding your needs so that you don't have to talk much. They understood our own business. When we explained to them what and what we are doing, they encourage us quite a lot. They are our major funding partner today as we speak.
This project is unique from a lot of sense. We are producing Euro 5, the highest level of standard that can be produced over here. Look at this piece of pipe. So this is the power plant area. So we see the shorter chimney is linked to the gas turbine, and then we have boilers and steam turbine on the other side. And that big building that you see over there is the main substation. It's basically where the main power goes, and from there feeding all the substation for each of the units.
Whenever the president comes here, he is always very happy to see the kind of development that we do. But he tells me, he says, Captain, this development is development that I know that you can do. But he says, what will really give me great happiness is that before you decide to leave Nigeria and go, you give me 7 captains like you. And I want all 7 of them to be Nigerian. So he is more interested in us creating a leadership talent pipeline.
What we are doing at the moment is to ensure that the refinery is built to the standard that it should be built to. We are trying to ensure that there are no mistakes in the piping, that no valves is missing, no nuts or bolts or whatever. So that's what we try to ensure every single day.
The whole thing is not about you amassing wealth. It's about you adding value to society. It's one of the things that when you ask me when I go to bed, What do I see? So this is the kind of picture that I have of the Africa of my dream.
We need to groom people not to be afraid of business. We need to groom people to understand what they are trying to do. We need to have people who have a vision. Afreximbank is walking the talk of transforming Africa.
If you had come 10 years back and you had said that a gentleman by the name of Mr. Dangote is going to build a 650,000 multi-billion project in Nigeria on barren land, we would have just laughed at you because it has never been done on the African continent. Now that the project is completed, I hope that this will be an example to many other entrepreneurs, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent, that anything is possible.
What an amazing video. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, une conversation très spéciale qui incarne à la fois les défis de notre temps et les immenses possibilités de l'Afrique. Face à vous, dans quelques instants, sur cette scène, assis sur ce fauteuil, se trouvera un homme dont le nom résonne bien au-delà des frontières du continent. Aliko Dangote, un visionnaire. Vous pouvez l'applaudir si vous le souhaitez. Un visionnaire industriel, un bâtisseur d'empire et surtout un infatigable croyant en la destinée africaine. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome a man whose name is not only known, it is deeply respected. He's a builder, a visionary, a source of inspiration. His journey isn't just a success story, it's a blueprint for what economic sovereignty can look like across our continent. So today he will share with us his insight on the path to making Africa great again. And guiding this pivotal discussion, please welcome Eleni Jokos, CNN's foremost voice on Africa's economic landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Please welcome Aliko Dangote. Fantastic to be in Nigeria. We always have a good time.
Thank you.
Yes,
Always
and
great to be here.
And every time I see you, there's more happening, and you are revolutionizing so many things across the value chain. But I want to quickly start with our topic. The path to making Africa great again. And funny enough, it's the same acronym as America, right? MAGA?
Yes.
Which is
Make America great.
Yeah, exactly. So make Africa great again. But when you hear that, what is the first thing, Alaji, that comes to mind in terms of the path to making that happen? It's about industrialization. It's about local procurement. It's about value chains. But how do we do it?
Well, the only way for us to make it is, talking about make America great. Now we have to turn into make Africa great. The one way for us to make Africa great is for us to produce our minerals before they are exported so that we can actually create jobs. Because the issue is that once we remain a dumping ground, we will never be able to create jobs. And, I'm of the believer that once you continue to import, you are importing poverty and exporting jobs out. So the real issue for us is that now President Trump has actually set the face where he's saying make America great or America first. So since it is America first, we should also say Africa first. We should try and create jobs. The real reason why we have actually not flown as much as Asia, Asians, they have quite a lot of old entrepreneurs, old money, and majority of them, they believe in their own continent, be it from Thailand, Indonesia, and other areas. So most of them, they invest their money at home. Both people who have made money legally, people who have made money illegally, the money doesn't leave the countries. They invest it there.
So you're saying that's what we're lacking in Africa, right?
Yeah, well, in Africa, the issue is that, yes, some people, they do make money legally. Some of them, they make their own money illegally. But majority of people, they take the money out of the continent. So if I'm not investing at home, how do I convince somebody to come and partner with me and invest and make Africa great? It's difficult.
So let's look at the President Trump model. So America first, the tariffs, the confrontation, wanting to reindustrialize America. I mean, it's created so much debate and actually what we call global trade war. But it's really interesting to look at the dynamics of this, because to industrialize, you've got to take tough decisions. Is there anything that America is doing right now where you're saying, you know what, that would work for the African context to ensure that we see more industrialization? Do you think that tariffs would work?
Well, you see, the issue is that, let me explain something to you that you need to know. When Trump always say, okay, fine, make America great, what he's trying to do is actually trying to create jobs. Some people might not agree with me, but I fully agree with him because I've been through that route where now we try to do industries and they keep saying that, no, open up your market. When you open up your market, it's like you now going to bed, you open up your windows, you go to bed, you are not going to be, you won't be able to have a good sleep because you'll be disturbed by mosquitoes. So, when you now say you open up this thing, you don't have what it takes to allow every single damn thing to be dumped into your own market. That is what you call a fair competition. That's also what you call dumping. Okay, because if I have excess, I will take it at half price to go and dump in somebody's market. So I make sure that the country does not produce what they need.
So what I find fascinating with what you're saying, because one way that people are describing things, it's like becoming a lot more protectionist, which is bad. But actually the way you're saying it is that we shouldn't be a dumping ground, and there's a distinction between the two things.
Let me give you an example. He has done quite more than that. People maybe know about the steel, aluminium, where he ended off, he tried 25% tariff, and then later on he said, no, 50%. If he doesn't do that, American steel industry will shut down.
It's true.
There are two things that don't allow industries to thrive, especially in Africa. There are two things. One is lack of electricity. Second is inconsistencies in government policies.
So let's talk about the policies that need to change. And I actually go back to the way your cement business flourished. And then President Obasanjo took, I think, what many people consider as a bold decision. And it wasn't just a tariff on imported cement at the time. It was quite interesting because it was about backward integration if you do import.
That's right.
So, and I really want to unpack that, because I wonder if you can scale that idea across other sectors and whether that's workable as a policy.
Well, as a policy, what President Obasanjo did was actually, great. I mean, Obasanjo at that time when he was president, I think maybe he sleeps about 2-3 hours. He called me 4:30 in the morning and asked me that, hey, look, Aliko, I've checked. Nigeria now is about number 2 in import of cement in the world, after US. I'm not going to allow that to continue. How do we address this issue? I said, okay, fine. Let me, Mr. President, remove my Dangote cap and put Nigeria's cap. And I will tell you what to do. Maybe, why don't you say, okay, let's go and do backward integration. If you don't set up a factory, you cannot import. So all of us, we now run to set up industries. I know that our bankers were very small at that time, but we went very aggressive. Nigeria was producing totally 1.9 million tons, and we started building a plant of 5 million tons at the same time. But all our bankers were very, very supportive, and we carry on with that. But fast forward, what the benefit of that policy is that today you don't have to import cement, you can buy cement. Nigeria, from 2007 to date, Nigeria produces more than 60 million tons of cement.
And is the largest exporter
and
in
now
Africa.
Also, Nigeria is the largest exporter of cement in Africa. Thirdly, as we speak, when we finish our Itori factory, it's 100% for export, and Nigeria will not earn less than $500 million of just exporting cement.
Brilliant. Let's shift focus to the refinery, because you're exporting jet fuel to the United States, correct?
Not only to Asia too.
But to Asia as well?
Asia,
I mean, that's
United
such a feat.
States.
Nigeria is exporting jet fuel to these major economies and fertilizer to the United States?
Yes, actually, 37% of our fertilizer goes to US.
I mean, that's incredible to think about, because it shows what actually can be done. And, you know, this was a mammoth project. We've spoken about how a Herculean task it was for you. And I wonder how it's going from an economics perspective, financial perspective, and whether, looking back now, because it's always, every single year, there's more hindsight, was it completely worth it? Would you do it again? What's your answer this time round?
Well, I think I will do other things again, but like what I said, when we launched the refinery project, luckily for us, we actually didn't have a full idea of what we are doing. If we knew what we are going to go through, we wouldn't have tried it. But it's good that we didn't know. So that's why, so at least we've been able to, deliver. But it was really tasking, humongous, and I must say that without the support of our bankers, led by Afreximbank, the Access, Zenith, First Bank, it wouldn't have been possible at all.
So, let me ask you this. What's your biggest challenge that you face right now? You know, buying of crude in Nigeria, selling off-takers. What is your biggest issue? And how does that speak to pushing African champions locally, whether you felt that you've had that support? I want you to give me a sense of what that experience is right now.
Well, the issue is that we African champions, we need to understand that we are the only people that can make Africa great.
Yeah.
Nobody will do that for us. So as such, we need to make sure that we concentrate, we believe in our own continent. Of course, there will be ups and downs here and there, but life is all about ups and downs, and sometimes, yes, you succeed, sometimes you don't. But majority of, of us, once you concentrate, you really know what you are doing, you'll be successful. It's difficult, and you don't really expect anybody to hail you. People who made America great, it is only now that people are hailing them. But at the time when they were really pushing, trying to create all the Vanderbilts, the Ford and co., nobody was hailing them at that time. So it is very difficult, for people to hail you while you are doing things. But on hindsight, when you look at it, people will now appreciate. You see, the job of people like us is not about really amassing wealth. It is about creating wealth.
Yeah.
How do you create wealth? You create jobs, you make sure that you expand the economy. Other investors will see what you are doing, and they will also join. Like what I keep saying, Majority of our own countries, especially in Africa, they keep going around to look for foreign investors. Foreign investors, they just don't come that easy. So what you need to do is to encourage domestic investors. When they are doing well, that is the invitation for international investors.
I want to talk about the global geopolitical upheaval. I'm trying to think of a diplomatic word that, describes what we're seeing globally. And it feels in many ways the African continent, African countries are stuck in the middle of sort of this to and fro of the spheres of influence that are shifting dramatically. The United States wants to ban many African countries from visas and travel. It hasn't been implemented and instituted, but there's a threat. And Nigeria is on that list. Angola just hosted the US-Africa summit. And Angola is also on the list. And I just wonder what it means for you as an African industrialist, looking at the United States' lack of focus on the continent, and also, frankly, the policy, which is mind-boggling in so many ways. What do you think?
Well, if you look at it today, why do you want to bother going to the US? You should,
the US should want to come to Africa because we've got the resources,
yeah, of course,
right?
You should remain at home. We have 60% of the world's arable land.
Yeah.
Agriculture is not cheap. Okay, we have all the mineral sources from gold, lithium, diamonds, everything. We have it here. Yeah. So all what you need to do is to start giving conditions to people. Don't come and take my cocoa and process over there, and you come now and sell the chocolate to me 20 times the cost of that chocolate. So let us make our continent a productive continent. We're the only continent that has actually have growth. If you look at it today, Europe, with respect to them, there's no growth in Europe. Yeah. They've reached a certain distance. So they need Africa to grow.
Do you think that that's a good partner for the continent, the Europeans? I think it's China, is it Russia? Is it Saudi and the UAE? They've got, who's the best partner for the continent right now? Because whether we like it or not, and frankly, there's always been a scramble for Africa's resources. Who's going to capture that part of, getting as many commodities as possible so that they can process locally? The mind shift in Africa is changing, but you still have a scramble, and you can feel it. It is evident in terms of influence. So who's the best partner?
I think now we have a couple of players, but the main Maradona in the field is Afreximbank. If we can have 10 institutions like Afreximbank, it will be totally a different story. Totally a different story. We can actually turn Africa into a heaven in the next 5 years. It doesn't take time.
So
because like what I keep saying, you need to think big, then you grow big. You think small, you never grow.
Okay, but the reality is, right now, we're still relying on foreign partners. To create more Afreximbanks is going to take some time. So what's your solution?
Well, the solution is that right now, people have seen exactly what they've been doing. We don't expect the international banks to do, but we should also make sure that we have for us to grow, we need a very strong financial institutions. We need to have good manufacturing base. We need to also face agriculture. All the other artificial intelligence and they will follow. It's part of the growth. But once we do that, we focus on our own mineral sources. I am telling you, Africa will be totally a different story. People now always come and talk about corruption. Of course, Africa is not the only place that you have corruption. Corruption is all over the place. The only difference is that our corrupt people, when they steal the money, they fly the money out of the continent. If they continue to invest here, fine, then the economy will grow.
So you're saying if you want to be corrupt, please reinvest that money in Africa.
But let me give you an example. I apologize with respect to maybe countries like Indonesia before, I'm not talking about now, during Suharto, are you saying that there was no corruption? Of course, there was corruption. In all Thailand, corruption everywhere, but they were able to grow just because they did not do what we are doing in Africa, taking the money out of the continent, out of their Asian region. Okay, so I'm not saying that I encourage. All what I'm saying is that there's no society, whether it's America, whether it's Europe, everywhere that you think of, there is corruption. But our own is totally different, where now you deprive your country of the money, you deprive your family of the money, because you won't tell your family you've stolen money. So, you deprive everybody, then you now go and hide the money somewhere. When you die, the money will go into the banking system.
This is brilliant. I mean, I've never thought of corruption in this way.
To tell you the truth, okay, like now, somebody was asking me a question. I sent some people came to visit our own fertilizer, and I was telling them that, I've said it before in one forum, that in the next 40 months, Africa will not import fertilizer from anywhere. We have a very aggressive trajectory right now. We want to put Dangote fertilizer to be the largest producer of fertilizer, of urea, bigger and higher than Qatar. And watch me, 40 months. Give me 40 months.
We'll be back on stage discussing that. Okay,
I was speaking.
The AFCFTA Secretary General Wamkele Mene was telling me the trade finance deficit is as big as the infrastructure deficit that the continent is facing, and we need to tap into that money. So where's it going to come from? I mean, you solved part of this with the corruption. We should be reinvesting. I like that. I don't know how much of a gap that's going to fill, but trade finance is a big issue. Does that worry you?
It doesn't really worry me. That's what I keep talking about. This is not because really I'm here attending Afreximbank's something. Because when you look at the vision and also the mission of Afreximbank is to connect all these dots. The trade financing is there. They are not the only ones. There is also Africa Finance Corporation. There are other banks. Once they build, if they are going to raise capital, believe me honestly, today, even if I'm not going to make money, I would rather invest in banks that have the same vision like Afreximbank, because that's the only way that we can develop our continent. Forget about most of these other banks. Their interest is not for Africa to grow. We must make sure we take it as our own focus, as our vision, that look, how do we make Africa great? Africa can only be made great by Africans.
Can I ask you this? With all this narrative that we're seeing out of the US, and if African leaders truly adopt this, let's make Africa great. Let's Africa first. We know that you don't want us to grow, but actually we're not going to accept that. We're not going to sign bad deals anymore. We're not going to accept extraction without actually some kind of processing on the continent. If there's a mind shift change, do you think there'll be global pushback towards the continent? Because there's one thing that's always been certain: the hypocrisy and the way that the African continent, African leaders have been treated, unfortunately, is still pretty much the same. And that's very worrying.
When we start insisting on our minerals to be processed in our continent, you see the rush. Everybody rushed to come down here. Don't take our mineral resources, process them here, create value, generate jobs and growth. And it can happen.
I've got another question. Your refinery, and we were talking backstage about this, and you're doing something very revolutionary that no one's ever done before. And I want you to explain how you're thinking about the supply chain and how it's going to shake things up in Nigeria.
Well, okay, the supply chain, our oil industry here, especially the downstream, has been enmeshed with so much of corruption, lack of investment in terms of distribution, and also people are still grappling with other issues. So we came up with something where we are saying that, yes, you pay for your product, aviation fuel, gasoline, which is, PMS, and diesel. All the telecom companies, the industries, and we're saying, give us a location all over Nigeria, even up to 3,000 kilometers, will deliver to you zero charge. And somebody said, but do you know what it is? I say, yes, we have an idea. I think we're actually pumping back into the economy almost about 1.2 trillion naira. And that's what we are doing. They say it's competition. So we're asking other people to please also come and compete with us.
I don't know if they can. You're also planning to list? Give us the fertilizer business end of the year?
We're going to list the fertilizer this year, and next year I think we'll list the refinery. It is very important for us to list the refinery so that people will not be calling us monopoly. They will now say, yes, we own part of it. So let everybody have shares.
Alhaji Aliko Dangote, sir, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for this incredible industrialist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Powering Africa's energy independence. Let's hear it again for Aliko Dangote. Now, I gave a roll call at the beginning of the day, and it was probably one of the longest I've ever had, because there are so many dignitaries, so many sitting presidents who are here, prime ministers, former presidents, former prime ministers. I'm not going to do that again, but as I spot people, I'm going to give a shout out. So I want you to give a warm round of applause for the former Senate President of Nigeria, His Excellency Bukola Saraki, sitting there. And also, we've just heard from a titan, a force of nature when it comes to the industry and the real game changer. We don't just have one Nigerian force of nature. I see Mr. Tony Elumelu sitting over there as well. Now, let's move on with the program, because there's a lot more to come. This is a very rich program. Now, we all know that the global financial architecture gives Africa a raw deal, yeah? And that besides a long overdue overhaul, we need to think of innovative ways to unlock domestic capital, as you heard, but also foreign capital, which is getting harder and harder to find. So, I'm delighted to go to New York now and bring in Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the world-renowned economist and director of Columbia University's Center for Sustainable Development, to deliver his keynote on African multilateral financial institutions in the emerging New World Order. Let's see if we can see Professor Sachs. Can you hear us? Abuja calling, AAM 25.
I hear you well. Can you hear me?
Jeffrey Sachs there, ladies and gentlemen.
Greetings.
Okay, Professor. This is one of my favorite parts of the program. What we're going to do is I'm going to hand over the floor to you to give us some of your thoughts, and then I'm going to invite a couple of panelists to have a deep dive. Take it away, Professor. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Warm greetings to everybody. I've been listening intently to the fantastic discussion of the last couple of days. It's very impressive, and it's very clear that the mood is very positive. And I share that sentiment completely. I believe that the next decades are Africa's turn for supercharged economic growth. I often make the comparison because I think it's real. There are 3 places in the world today with 1.5 billion people: China, India, and Africa. China began its supercharged economic growth in 1980. And between 1980 and 2020, China averaged nearly 10% per year economic growth. China was a very poor country in 1980. By some measures, 70% or higher in extreme poverty. By 2020, extreme poverty was 0. And that's not just propaganda, that's the reality. I've been to the poorest counties of China. They're not poor anymore, believe me. When an economy grows at 10% per year, it doubles every 7 years. Since China did that for 40 years, that means that it had more than 5 doublings. And more than 5 doublings means more than a 32-time increase of the Chinese economy. Now, roughly 15 to 20 years later, India began its period of rapid development. It lagged behind China, in part because the reform process in India started later. The opening to the world economy, and here I want to stress that both China and India grew rapidly by exporting rapidly to the world. India began its rapid growth around the year 2000. It's been at it for 25 years. India is the fastest growing large economy in the world today, growing faster even than China, because as China's become richer, the growth has gradually declined. India is now growing reliably at 6 to 7% per year. When you grow at 7% per year, the doubling period is a decade. If you do that for 3 decades in a row, the economy doubles 3 times or is an 8-fold higher 30 years later. Now, in my view, the next period of rapid growth is Africa's turn. Not that India will suddenly slow down, or China. Both will continue to grow rapidly, as will other parts of Asia. But I think Africa can be and should be the premier growth of the world economy from now until the goal of 2063, the 100th anniversary of African unity. All of the vision of Africa as a high-income continent is completely achievable, in my view, between now and 2063. Indeed, I think that's the course that Africa will achieve. Now, what is the basis for that? We've already heard from several of the speakers, and I was enjoying listening to Mr. Dangote enormously just now, that the key is investment. The key is to raise the rates of investment on the continent from roughly 20 to 25% of the income to around 40% of the income. Rapid growth means a supercharged investment rate. And the key is investment in 3 complementary areas. And this is very important because 2 of the 3 areas have a big role for government. The third role has a big role for Mr. Dangote and his colleagues, the business sector. But the first area of investment that is the gold mine for Africa is investment in education. There is no higher return for Africa, or for any country, than investing in its children and getting them a quality education, at least through upper secondary completion, and now with a significant proportion going on for some kind of advanced training. Currently, Africa graduates roughly 30% of its young people in upper secondary. That should become 100% in the coming few years. In other words, keep the kids in school, bolster the education, create the skilled workforce, create the entrepreneurial capacities of all of these young people, and Africa will have it made. Believe me, this is the most important single investment, and it is core to China's success, which had an astounding rise of educational quality and completion, and a core part of India's success. So the first area of investment is in education. The second area of investment is in infrastructure. As Mr. Dangote just said, certainly electricity for everybody, certainly digital access for everybody, certainly transport facilities for everybody. And that is practical, affordable investment, but it means a lot of investment in the coming 2 decades. It means a lot of construction, which is going to be using Mr. Dangote's cement, because construction will be a boom sector across Africa as Africa is building its physical infrastructure, building its cities, which are continuing to expand at an enormous rate because Africa is urbanizing, of course, very rapidly as well. So power is crucial. The power sector, the digital connectivity, the road network, the rail connections, the ports, the airports, the urban infrastructure. This is a major part of the investment scene. The third area of investment, of course, is the business sector. It's the private economy. And that is where the private entrepreneurs have, of course, the overwhelming responsibility. But there's no doubt a tremendous burst of entrepreneurship across Africa. If the skilled work is there and if the physical infrastructure is in place, then Africa will achieve a boom in the private sector as well. Of course, the private sector needs to be supported by smart industrial policies. No doubt that is part of the make any region great strategy is industrial policy. China has boomed on the basis of Made in China 2025, a China policy to upgrade technologies to world leadership standards over the 10-year period from 2015 to 2025. And Africa needs a Made in Africa strategy 2035, looking ahead the next 10 years. By the way, I was so moved and impressed with the talk of the Deputy Chair of the African Union, Selma Malika Hadadi. It was perfect. Absolutely exactly on track. For all of this high rate of investment to occur, this needs to be a continental-wide effort, not 55 separate times, although every one of the 55 countries of Africa needs to take initiatives. But the African Union and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area should make this a unified effort. Infrastructure should cross national borders. Power grids should cross national borders. Highways and rail should cross national borders. This should be intrinsic. Your planning ministers should be meeting with their neighbors, something that doesn't happen very much. They meet more in Washington than with their own neighbors. And the truth is, Washington doesn't have a role in this. This is absolutely true. This is an Africa initiative, and this is where the partnerships to establish a true African continental free trade area are essential. Now, all of this requires financing at a massive scale. And financing means both domestic resource mobilization and mobilization of international capital. That's how it's been done everywhere. And there is a lot of international capital available. When international capital sees that Africa is the fast-growing region of the world, the capital will pour in, and at long term, and at low interest rates. And it will be institutions like Afreximbank that are in the lead of providing this low-cost financing. The multilateral banks in Africa are essential to this task, and especially important in the coming decade. They are the pipeline for low-cost financing to finance trade, as Afreximbank does, to finance infrastructure, to finance also the human capital development, because governments should take on financing for education too if their current domestic government revenues are insufficient and will take time to raise. Then international financing is essential, because the rate of return to education is 20% compound annual. So if one needs to finance that internationally because domestic revenues are insufficient, go for it. But make sure that it's long-term, low-cost finance. Now here, I just want to say a word about the global financial architecture, because in just 3 days, we're going to have the Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla, Spain, which is the fourth Global Financing for Development Conference. The point is the following. The poorer regions of the world, the lower income countries, lower middle income, low income countries, have the highest growth potential in the whole world. The idea that their credit ratings are lower than the credit ratings of the slow-growing rich countries gets everything wrong. The idea that the IMF tells Africa, oh, no, don't borrow so much, your debt is too high, is actually completely wrong. The problem isn't the scale of debt. The problem is that it's short-term. The problem is that it's high cost. What is needed is long-term, low-cost financing through the multilateral banks and through direct private financing, whether it's through bond markets or equity finance, because investment requires a 20 or 30-year time horizon. It can't be financed on the basis of 1 or 2 year loans. It needs to be financed on the basis of long-term, reliable financing. This brings me to one more point that I want to add to this discussion, which is that one of the reasons why Africa finds it so hard to borrow is that it borrows in dollars, in U.S. dollars. And one of the reasons it borrows in U.S. dollars is that each of the national currencies in Africa is too small, or the monetary unions up until now have been controlled by France. This needs to change. Africa needs its own monetary sovereignty. Africa should move to a monetary union. Africa should be borrowing in its own currency. Africa should have a lender of last resort, which is not the IMF, because the IMF is not a lender of last resort. The IMF waits till you're nearly half dead, and then it lends you some money on punitive terms that prevent rapid growth. What we need is an African currency, African monetary institutions, African settlements, an African lender of last resort. And we need Africa, of course, to have relations with other regions of the world that will also ensure stable financial relations. The Federal Reserve has not been Africa's friend. The Federal Reserve doesn't give swap lines. The Federal Reserve does not protect Africa when U.S. interest rates soar. The Federal Reserve does not look after Africa like it might look after Mexico or Ukraine or some other place in the world. So Africa needs its friends all over the world. The old partners are not partners. I'm sorry to say it. Africa needs some new partners. And new partners are obviously on the scene. New partners include India, with Prime Minister Modi leading the way in the G20 to welcome Africa as the 21st member of the G21, a big development that I pushed hard for as well. Africa needs close relations with China because China is a booming economy that provides almost a roadmap for 40 years of very rapid growth, as well as partnership through the Belt and Road and other initiatives. though I tell my Chinese friends, please make the loans long-term, not short-term. Africa needs strong relations with the Gulf countries. Why is it that the Gulf countries promised $1 trillion to invest in slow-growing United States when that money should be deployed next door across the Red Sea in Africa in fast-growing Africa? This is what needs to be mobilized. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, plan for, look for, expect, and work for a very high growth next 30 years in Africa. Do it continental-wide. Make sure that Afreximbank, African Development Bank, the other multilateral institutions are in the forefront. They are key for an Africa-wide strategy. Let and encourage strong leadership of the African Union Commission to build the Africa Continental Free Trade Area so that the interconnections, the infrastructure, the continental-wide investments in education are done and accomplished. And look for a financing strategy that is consistent with rapid growth, not with austerity. Africa needs more debt, not less debt, but not short-term debt, long-term, patient, low-interest capital to make the massive investments that will bring Africa to high-income status by 2063. No question it can be done. It can be done even sooner than 2063. But this is the trajectory. It's why Afreximbank and other banks are so crucial, why they absolutely require, without question, preferred creditor status. They should have all of the status to be the bulwark for Africa's rapid growth period. And anyone that says different from that, whether it's the so-called Paris Club or the Bretton Woods institutions, is just playing their own game. They're not speaking for Africa's interests. So it's a bit of a diplomatic fight ahead, but it's absolutely clear that Africa needs large-scale financing for a major investment acceleration to achieve the kind of rapid growth that is now in sight. Thank you very much, and I really look forward to the discussion ahead, and I also look forward to visiting Afreximbank very soon in headquarters. So thank you for letting me be part of this today.
And thank you, Dr. Sachs. We're not going to let you go yet. When it comes to a friend of Africa, Dr. Sachs, oh no, he's disappeared. No, bring him back, please. I don't know where he's gone, because we're not finished with Dr. Sachs yet. Lower that music, please. No, get rid of that music. We have Professor Sachs here. And when it comes to a friend of Africa, Professor Sachs is a friend of Africa, is he not? Give him a round of applause. In fact, I think someone should give Professor Sachs a chieftaincy title. Come on. Or Luwale Sachs or something like that, right? Now, Dr. Sachs, we're going to have a quick fireside chat, a deep dive. It's going to be a rapid one, but I've got two great speakers to join you here. I'm going to invite and give them a round of applause as they take the stage. Dr. Kishore Mahbubani, who's a distinguished fellow, Asia Research Institute. The session will be moderated by Mr. V. Shankar, co-founder and CEO, Gateway Partners. There you go. Take it away, guys.
Is that working? Yeah. Good morning. Thank you. Jeff, that was fantastic. Thought-provoking as always. Terrific. I hope you can see me.
I don't see you yet. Somehow the camera needs to be turned on again if possible. I see me.
You're not
but
missing
I hear
much.
you
It's
well.
okay.
There, now I see you. Wonderful. Perfect.
We just heard from one of the most influential thinkers on the global stage. We're going to hear from another, seated right next to me, Kishore Mahbubani. You heard from him yesterday. He's back with more. He's just like Rambo. You've seen him before. He's back with more. Rambo Mahbubani was president of the UN Security Council. He was a diplomat for 33 years. is a successful author and somebody at the intersection of public policy and geopolitics. So Kishore, and a fellow Singaporean as well. So Kishore, you just heard from Jeffrey. Anything you violently disagree with him on? I don't want a love fest. Oh, I love Jeffrey and we think the same. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I still don't see both of you. I don't know if the camera is somehow, I don't know what it is, but in any event, I hear you well, Kishore.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, for your very inspiring address that you gave to the audience here. I'm not sure whether you're aware, but you got several rounds of applause from this audience here.
Nice.
And you deserved it. I thought the best way I could compliment what Jeff is saying. Jeff, I share your optimism about Africa, but I want to add 3 notes of caution. Because, one of the privileges of my life is that I've actually worked with great leaders who took a poor country like Singapore with a per capita income like Ghana in 1965 of $500 to where Singapore is today is $88,000. And so I've studied these leaders very carefully. And the lesson I learned from studying these leaders is that development is not easy. It is extremely difficult. And it's important to have a realistic understanding of the difficult choices you have to make if you're going to succeed in development. And I'll give 3 concrete examples. The first one, and this is the lesson I learned from Lee Kuan Yew, Goh Keng Swee, Rajaratnam, the 3 founding leaders of Singapore, that nothing succeeds without hard work and discipline. And that's absolutely critical. No one should believe that there is an easy, smooth road to development. It requires incredible amount of dedication and discipline. And I can tell you, having had the privilege of shaking hands with President Xi Jinping, having had the privilege of sitting down for over an hour-long conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, what strikes you when you meet these leaders is the amount of hard work and discipline that they put into their mission. So that's one critical thing. The second thing, and this is a very important practical thing, and you were saying, Jeff, that you should welcome foreign investment, including from Africa and so on and so forth. It does mean, therefore, that you've got to treat the foreign investor with a tremendous amount of respect and how do you say, welcome them very warmly. And I say this because, and I'll tell you a simple story that I hope that will explain what I'm trying to say. One country that hasn't been mentioned so far in the discussions, which is actually now today one of the fastest growing economies in the world, is also in Southeast Asia. It's Vietnam. And as you know, Vietnam went through 50 years of war, right? From 1940 to 1990, 50 years of war. And I can tell you that when they decided to switch and stop fighting and start developing, they had to change their instincts. It wasn't easy. They succeeded in fighting the Americans by being good guerrilla fighters. You ambush the Americans when they came to fight in Vietnam. So you know what? They were so good at ambushing that they also ambushed the foreign investors. I'm not kidding. The foreign investors would come, make a deal, sign the contract, and then the Vietnamese would say, sorry, we have to renegotiate again. And it took some effort on the part of the friends of Vietnam to tell our Vietnamese friends, hey, that's not how you treat foreign investors. When you sign a contract, it is sacrosanct. You've got to stick to that contract and don't change a word. Okay? Now that also, frankly, that kind of discipline is extremely critical. And the way you treat the foreign investor from the time he arrives at the airport, as I said yesterday, how the foreign investor is treated when he arrives at the airport makes such a big difference. The third point I want to emphasize, and this is especially critical in Africa, because Jeff is absolutely right. There are 1.4 billion people in China, 1.4 billion people in India and 1.5 billion people in Africa. But the difference is that in China you have one unified economy, India you have one unified economy, and Africa you don't. So the critical thing, therefore, is to remove the obstacles at the borders. And again, another story that you'll understand this. Even though India has been one economy, for a long time within India, because they had different VAT rates, value-added tax rates, the truck going from East India to west part of India wouldn't go in a straight line. The truck would go north to escape a VAT in Bihar, go around Bihar, come down, go south somewhere, go to Karnataka to avoid another VAT, and then the truck will go this way, zigzag, through India. Now that's obviously economically inefficient. But I suspect this happens also because there's so many borders in Africa. So you have to find ways and means of ensuring that when trucks and goods go across Africa, they go in a straight line and don't do what the Indian trucks used to do, zigzag across different VATs. And by the way, Modi destroyed that. Yeah. And as a result of that, the Indian economy is booming and Africa can do the same.
So now we have a unified GST regime, and I think the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will eventually achieve that as well.
I mean, I've been watching you and...
So, Jeff, and by the way, you made this comment on hard work. There's a famous quote from Prime Minister Modi which says he believes in the school of hard work, not in the school of Harvard. So, anyway, Jeff, just coming back to you. Are you still there, Jeff? Can you hear me?
I am. I hear you very well.
Okay. You mentioned about, touched on rating agencies and so on. There is a body of opinion in Africa that rating agencies don't understand Africa. They are unfair to Africa and possibly biased. So how do you resolve it? Is it a question of engaging with them, educating them, or starting your own rating agencies? And if so, how do they get credibility?
The rating agencies do not understand development. This they say to me quite straightforwardly. Their job is to predict the risk of a credit event or a default. They're pretty good at that. But what is missing is a design of strategy in Africa to take advantage of the fact that Africa's growth prospect is actually the highest in the world, something that rating agencies don't understand and don't even incorporate into their models. They don't know it, in fact. And what I mean by this is that
Jeff,
African governments individually need to show to the rating agencies and need to show, whether it's an African rating agency or Moody's, they need to show, here is our scenario over the next 25 years and why we're not going to default, why this is absolutely sound financing. And you, the rating agency, need to get that right. And so this is work both on the African side and on the rating agency side. I'm somewhere in between these two places, and I see that there's a deal to be made. But it requires some hard work to actually make that deal. The ratings are wrong, but it's not a matter of just saying that. It's a matter of showing that. Here is the borrowing strategy.
Jeff,
here is why it makes sense.
Jeff, if I just come in, I agree with what you're saying, but rating agencies do understand fast growth companies. If they are in Western markets, that's how we get a high yield loan market. But be that as it may, my question for you is, you mentioned absolutely the need for foreign capital, because if you have to grow at 10%, you have to have a 40% investment rate, and there is a deficit of savings. And you talked about low-cost, long-term financing being the need. Absolutely agree. But where is that pot of gold?
Yes. So let me say, by the way, the rating agencies absolutely understand fast-growing, say, tech companies and so forth. But if you look at how they make sovereign credit ratings, versus how they make business ratings, you'd be shocked. With businesses, they actually look at the business plans and the business prospects. With sovereign ratings, they use a crude cookie-cutter methodology that is actually numerical scores based on useless indicators. So the truth is they do it completely differently. And then they apply something that they call the sovereign ceiling, which is to say, if we give Ghana whatever rating we give it, no entity in Ghana, no fast-growing company with great IP or great staff can have a credit rating higher than the sovereign. They kill the whole private sector credit rating of the country because they assign the sovereign ceiling concept, which also makes no economic sense these days. So I agree with you. They know what they're doing when it comes to business. They do not understand what they're doing when it comes to sovereign borrowing or this sovereign ceiling concept, which is completely outmoded. And so this, I just want to make this.
And where are the sources of capital? And where is the source of capital? The pot of gold.
The world savings are $30 trillion a year. Africa gets a trickle of that. Even it's negative in some years because Africa's repaying more debt, amortizing debt rather than receiving new net funding. There's no shortage of global capital. There's a shortage of attitude and strategy to tap it. But practically speaking, the multilateral banks like Afreximbank or the African Development Bank or the Islamic Development Bank or the new development bank of the BRICS in Shanghai are all hugely important. And so the role of the multilateral development banks right now is the leading edge of the rapid growth period. But I believe that there's a lot of private finance that will come in both in debt and equity. I'm a huge fan of the Belt and Road Initiative. I think that Africa and China have a natural partnership, but I also want to emphasize that India and Africa have a strong partnership. The Gulf and Africa have a strong partnership. There are trillions of dollars in sovereign wealth funds, and many of them in the Gulf, which is in search of what Africa has to offer, whether it's foodstuffs or whether it is the strategic minerals that lead to the strategic batteries and so forth, the rare earth magnets that we heard so much about in the last 8 weeks because China's got them and the United States needs them, for example. Africa, of course, is the place where the Gulf should be putting its hundreds of billions of dollars. And that's a case that needs to be made. But Addis is quite close to the Gulf. And Addis should be making that case. The African Union Commission should be making that case. The Africa-wide institutions, Afreximbank in Cairo, very close. So this is a case that absolutely can be made. It's not going to come, unfortunately, in Washington right now. It's not going to come in Europe right now. Maybe someday those places will get it, but they don't get it right now, frankly speaking.
Okay, point well made. So to paraphrase, you look east, not west for sources of capital. Kishore, turning to you. If you look at the history of Asian development, I would look at three things. One is the role of infrastructure, which Jeff talked about, and what my dear friend Mr. Dangote is really doing to turbocharge growth in Africa. Infrastructure. The role of institutions, we talked about. How much do incentives play a role in development?
Well, I mean, there's no question that, I mean, the paradox that Jeff pointed to is that we live in a world that is awash with capital, right? And yet, as Jeff himself said, there's only a trickle that comes to Africa. And that something is wrong down there, because if you look in terms of potential growth.
But Asia was in a similar situation, Kishore, at the turn after the World War.
Sure.
How did they make that trickle into a barrage, into a flood of capital? So what can we learn from that experience?
Well, the answer is that it's not easy. but you've got to, in a sense, start with small wins. And I can tell you when Singapore started, the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, Dr. Goh Keng Swee, the architect of Singapore's economic miracle, if any factory opened, didn't matter what the factory did, doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a high-tech factory. It can be completely low-tech, something that manufactures bricks, simple bricks, or manufactures, toys. Doesn't matter. Any factory that's open, you make a big deal of it, you celebrate it, and you keep moving up the ladder gradually. And I can tell you the reason why Asia has succeeded so well over the last 30 to 40 years is because the Asians have been on a great learning journey. And the learning journey is that, based on a very simple principle, why is my neighbor doing better than me? And so, for example, as you know, Korea that was colonized by Japan brutally, right? Korea was colonized brutally by Japan. The Koreans hate the Japanese. But you know what? They also asked themselves, how did the Japanese industrialize so well? So what did the Koreans do? They quietly learned from the Japanese, whom they hated, right? And similarly, after the four tigers succeeded, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, then the ASEAN countries, who also had difficulties, each other say, hey, what can we learn from each other? So the important thing, therefore, is to go for small, easy, low-lying victories, and then also to learn from your neighbors. Yeah. And I'll give you a concrete example. Singapore produced a wonderful investment brochure on why you should invest in Singapore. We thought of everything, tax incentives, cost of labor, expectation of capital, everything. We thought of everything, put it in one brochure. And the Malaysians are very smart. They took the brochure, they replicated the whole brochure, they just changed Singapore to Penang. And guess what? All the investment went to Penang. I'm not joking, I'm serious. I'm absolutely serious. This is what happened. And then, of course, others did the same. So, in a sense, we had to go through a great learning journey. And it's important for Africa also to go through the same learning journey, because that's how Asia succeeded.
So you're saying copy, as long as it's not for an exam?
Yes, absolutely. Copy.
As a professor.
Don't copy in exams, but copy best practices.
Yeah. So we got a thing, a monitor here saying time's up. So just to wrap up the discussion, I'm going to give the last word to both of you, actually. So first, let's go to Jeff in New York, because he's soon going to be... I think you've been awake from very early. Jeff, what are you most positive about the global state of economy? So it's not necessarily for Africa, but which could have implication for Africa. What are you most positive about? What are you most worried about? Very quickly.
I'm most positive about the fact that with the new technologies that we have, we can make breakthroughs across the board in education, online, in healthcare, in advances in services, in advances in agriculture, in advances in mining sector. We have a cornucopia of new breakthroughs that enable us to have really the shared prosperity in the world. I'm most worried about the fact that my own country can't get along with anybody right now, so I'm hoping that the United States calms down and understands that catching up by the rest of the world is not a bad thing, but is a good thing. But I want to end on one point, because, first of all, I want everyone to know there is no one in the world that knows the Asia experience better than Kishore. And so Kishore has taught us all about how Asia did it. But one point that I want to underscore about Singapore, if you look at the world rankings of educational quality, and that is the Program on International Student Achievement, PISA, Singapore is #1 in the world in all three categories: science, math, and reading. And this, at the root, is the success story. You have an incredibly well-educated population. And so please, for Africa, let's make sure that the young people are really empowered with the knowledge and the skills, and then with all of the dynamic entrepreneurship and energy that Mr. Dangote exemplifies for all of us, we're going to see that boom occur. We're going to see this amazing period ahead.
Thank you, Jeff.
Singapore is a great model for all of us. We're all trying to keep up with Singapore, but it's an amazing success, and it's an amazing learning journey, as Kishore said. And you learn because you have quality education, and Singapore is #1 in the world.
Very good. Last word to you, Kishore.
Okay, very quickly. I know that time is out, so I'll be very, very brief. I can tell you the most exciting thing that has happened that I see in the world, by the way, and I can say this with great confidence because when I grew up as a child in Singapore, and I say this and I describe this in my memoirs, Living the Asian Century, I believe that I, as an Asian with a brown skin, I was inferior to the white man. The white man was always smarter, and I, as an Asian, I had to look up to the white man and learn from the white man because he was smarter than me. But I can tell you in Asia, the biggest revolution that has happened is an explosion of cultural confidence among the 4.5 billion Asians. And this explosion of cultural confidence means that Asians no longer believe that they are inferior. And this explosion of cultural confidence means, and as Jeff is right, it comes from a lot of learning, that they believe that they can confidently make their own future and create a better world. So in that sense, what we are going to see in the 21st century is a very different world from what we see in the 20th century.
There's no reason why Africa can't be confident because we just built in Nigeria the world's single largest refinery through Aliko Dangote. So on that note, it's been a fascinating discussion. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Kishore.
Our sincere appreciation to our panelists and moderator for this wonderful session. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, one name, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Elumelu. Can I just... I don't have to say more. Just his name. C'est un nom qui, à lui seul, incarne bien plus qu'une réussite individuelle. C'est un symbole, c'est une référence, c'est une source d'inspiration. Il ne se contente pas de faire des affaires. Il bâtit des écosystèmes, il crée des opportunités. For entrepreneurs, he is a living proof that it is possible to build lasting empires right here on African soil. For investors, he embodies confidence in the continent's future. And for all those who believe in a stronger, bolder, more sovereign Africa, Tony Elumelu stands as a living testament that this ambition is not only possible, it is indeed in motion. Guiding this conversation, the ever-exceptional Lukwesa Burak from BBC News. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for her.
Angelique, thank you very much.
Welcome, please. Thank you.
That's not a welcome, is it? It's still early, folks. Angelique, thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and it is so wonderful to see a room full of Africans and fans of Africa and our friends, of course, from the Caribbean. It's fantastic to have everyone here. As Marie-Angelique just said, I have got a formidable guest that I will be in conversation with shortly. And what we're going to be discussing is a reminder of what can be achieved when the will is there and, of course, the money. So we're going to hear how it's done, what was done, what worked, and what can be done moving forward. So we are looking at decades of delivering on a shared aspiration. And as you heard shortly, we are talking to Mr. Tony Elumelu. He is an investor. He is a champion of African entrepreneurship. But more than anything, one of the things he's most proud of is that he is a philanthropist. And that is at the heart of what he does and why he does it. And we'll be finding out more about that shortly. And this year is a key year for him because he set a target of 10 years back when he set up the foundation. And that 10 years has matured. So we're going to be finding out if he met his goals. So please join me, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, in welcoming Mr. Tony Elumelu to the stage. Welcome. Please take a seat. Now, I have interviewed, in my job with BBC, Sky, Al Jazeera, ENCA, I've interviewed many Africans who have the power. But it's not often that we talk about the charitable side, the philanthropic side of those with the power in their hands. So this is one of the most exciting conversations I'm going to have with you, Mr. Elumelu. But first off, Afrexcapitalism. This is your term. What I want to find out is how has Afreximbank collaborated with you and embraced Afrexcapitalism? And what were the results? And has Africa in general embraced Afrexcapitalism? A definition to begin with would be good.
I think let me start by congratulating Afrexim and Professor Carla for this event and say I'm honored to be part of it. And happy also as the group chairman of Transcorp to be hosting all of you here. So the question of Afrexcapitalism and collaboration with Afrexim in making it impactful across the continent. I think I'd like to share a short story, and that story captures everything. I was a banker before, and in 2010 I moved on and I decided to diversify and do what some of my friends have been doing in trying to help empower Africa and transform the continent. So one of the sectors we decided to invest in was the energy sector. And energy investment, as you all know, is highly capital intensive. So we approached Shell for a bilateral conversation, or had a bilateral conversation with Shell to acquire some of their assets in Nigeria. And this was, we started the conversation in 2017. Shell finally agreed, and but to agree, they said we needed to show evidence of capacity, because they get many inquiries from people. And so the asset we wanted to acquire from Shell, we identified OML 11 and OML 17. The sum we agreed with the Shell was $2.5 billion, and we needed to show proof of this money before proceeding. And we tried on our resources, but we had a shortfall of $750 million, and because we needed debt of 30%. We ran to Afrexim, we ran to Professor Carla, and between Afrexim and African Finance Corporation, AFC, Afrexim wrote a check of supported, committed to supporting us with $600 million, and African Finance Corporation, 150. But what is very impressive about it is the speed and how it was done. And because of this, we were able to do this transaction, even though towards the end, we had a hiccup from our own government in Nigeria. The then President Buhari's administration did not think that 11 and 17 should be in the hand of the private sector, even though it was controlled by Shell, which was a private sector, international private sector. And then they said we should choose one. So we chose one and reduced the size of the transaction. But we took over this asset in 2020. We concluded this transaction in 2020 in the midst of COVID. And today, without Afrexim's involvement, because you talked about African capitalism, which is the private sector role in developing the continent, without their intervention, we would not have been able to do the transaction. Today, this acquisition we made with the support of Afrexim has gone on to become extremely transformative, not just for us, the investors, but for the continent. We today produce oil, over 58,000 barrels of oil a day. In fact, NNPC just wrote to the company, we are the highest production, we recorded the highest production increase in the Nigerian oil sector, both for local and international oil companies in the past 5 years. It would not have been made possible if Afrexim, it wouldn't have been possible if Afrexim did not support us. So that intervention by Afrexim, $600 million at that time, even though the check they wrote at the end was $250 million because we got other financial institutions to join. But that is African capitalism in action. That is Afrexim, private sector, working together to create employment for our people, working together to industrialize our continent, working together to transform Africa. We need that kind of intervention.
So you've mentioned one enabler, one key ingredient, because I'm thinking, how do you then take what happened and replicate it? Can it be replicated, or was there just something so unique about this particular collaboration that it worked? Was it just that the two of you got it and you acted? What are the key ingredients that other multinationals, other banks, other corporations can say, okay, we need speed, we need to act fast, we need, what else? What needs to be there?
The most important thing is capital.
Capital.
Capital is the most important thing. And of course, the private sector, and this is what I say to my colleagues and friends in the private sector, we must not burn bridges. When you're supported by financial institutions like Afrexim supported us, you must honor your obligation, you must pay, you must perform, and you must also help to create employment in the process. Our commitment, the obligation, or the support we got from Afrexim, we're far ahead. So people should empower institutions like Afrexim to enable them support other entrepreneurs. We need more entrepreneurs in Africa doing the kind of thing we and others are doing to help develop the country. That is African capitalism also. Everyone working together, in government, development partners, financial institutions, working together to capacitize and enable the private sector on the continent to help to catalyze economic transformation. If we did not get the support of Afrexim for our acquisition, we will not today, as energies, not only have we increased production substantially, helping Nigeria achieve their 2 million barrel per day aspiration, we are the biggest gas injectors in the local domestic gas market for Eastern Nigeria. That is helping companies east of the Niger to industrialize, to for those who are into power generation, to improve their electric generation. So to Afrexim, they just wrote a check. But to the private sector, to the country, to the continent, it's more than writing a check. It's about catalyzing development.
Okay, so we all know that entrepreneurs are the risk takers, the private sector.
Yes.
You're the dreamers, but you talk about dreamers, but, they have to be achievers as well. You've also said that we need to act ruthlessly, quickly.
I've been
doing my research.
Okay, no. I said execute. I said, but not here, not on this panel. I said execute ruthlessly, but not here. But really, listen.
Yeah. But are governments doing that? Are they working fast enough? Are they keeping up with you and creating an enabling environment for you guys to come in and lead
So I speak as an investor that invests in 20 African countries. And I know that the investment environment today is different from what it used to be 4 or 5 years ago. Starting from Nigeria, for instance, I told you we cooked a transaction, $2.5 billion. The government of the day said no, they spoiled it, they killed it. But today we have a government in office that has, so you said to have 2 OMLs was too much in the hand of the private sector. But we have a government today that has allowed the Seplat Exxon transaction to happen, which is much bigger. We allowed to have a country in Nigeria that even that shell asset, all of it, Renaissance, they bought it. So a government. So we are beginning to see government that understands business and government that does not feel threatened by business. Because what is good for business is good for citizens. You know, Aliko Dangote said before, investors, why are you going to look for foreign investors? Investors will not invest in your country if they think the investment environment is hostile. Okay. So the best way to attract investors is support your domestic investors. As they invest in their economy, others will see, and what is good for domestic investors is good for foreign investors. So back to the point, we are seeing improvement all across countries. In Ghana, in Zambia, all the countries we operate in, we are seeing government is gradually improving. And of course, I saw President Obasanjo coming here, who was the father of it when it all started, helping to encourage all of us.
So you mentioned a very different investment environment. I mean, what a timely thing to say when you look at where we are today, the geopolitics, the impact of the trade wars. Now, this was a subject that I brought to my panel yesterday. Basically, I said, is what we are seeing today, literally on an hourly basis sometimes, the changes, the tumult, the instability, the volatility. It was actually rephrased. The narrative was put on its head. And we put out the idea that perhaps this is an opportunity. Could this be Africa's right time, right place to be open for business? What would you do with the likes of Heirs Holdings and Afreximbank? How would you act to profit from the volatility that we're seeing today?
Well, first is we've always said Africa is ready for business. Yeah. But what is important is to let it come alive. But I will again go back to what institutions like Afrexim are doing. Afrexim is actually helping to catalyze the development of our continent. And that's why I started with my own story, my own experience with Afrexim. Because without their support, I come from banking background. But when we had this kind of transaction, one institution cannot do it. And for us, we even decided that we would not touch UBA. UBA did not fund any part of this transaction. UBA did not. We had Standard Chartered, AFC, Afrexim, APSA in South Africa. We got all international companies to come together, financially, to support it. That is how you develop a continent. So first, for me, to make Africa rise and to make Africa's time actually become tangible and realistic, we need to have solid financial institutions to support the dreams and aspirations of private sector. 2, we need the African private sector, if and when given the opportunity, fulfill your own part. Execute, that's why ruthless execution. Deliver. Ruthless. Deliver, but more importantly, have the discipline to service and repay your loan.
Are Africans disciplined enough when it comes to financial institutions?
The discipline to service your loan. But also it's important that we look at the young ones.
Yes.
We need to know that we are where we are today because at some point in time, we got one opportunity or the other. We must not climb and take the ladder out. We must deliberately and consciously think of the next generation. And that is why what we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation, trying to support the young Africans, young men and women, all across 54 African countries, because we believe that poverty anywhere is a threat to all of us everywhere. And we also know that it can't just be about us alone. We need the private sector, a strong private sector, and a pipeline of those people, entrepreneurs, etc., so we can deal with it. So for Africa to rise, we need to fix those basic things. Improvement in access to electricity, having capital, and that capital can be from within, can be from us. But as Jeff said, people will see what's happening in your economy. You don't even need to advertise for foreign investment. People will naturally come in. And most importantly, we need to prioritize our young ones. Our young ones, young youth, and our women. We need to bring them into the mainstream of economic activity so that the development of Africa is holistic and all-encompassing.
Before we come on to your foundation, there are two other points I just want to touch on, Tony, if I could. Humanity and social wealth. Why are these important to you, and how do they fit in with our discussion today?
No, everything. Why do we talk of development? What's the meaning of growth without human impact? Everything boils down to people. We want to have a better society. We want individuals to meet their human basic needs and aspirations. So everything we do ultimately cascades to the individual.
Is it cascading? It doesn't seem to cascade, though.
But
it seems to be...
No, but that's what it should be. And every sensible government and also the private sector we must keep that in mind. That, so it is how do our people feel? What ultimately, how do they benefit from what's going on? And I think it's our collective responsibility to keep that in view. And to do that, we must create jobs, must involve and engage our young ones, because to them, the future belongs.
Okay, so let's move on to innovation. Digital connectivity. How far behind is the African continent with digital connectivity? And if they don't catch up, what will the costs be? And also your thoughts on AI, possibly.
I think we have missed the first, second, and third industrial revolution. We can't miss the fourth. And for us not to miss the fourth, the digital connectivity and access is so critical. You look at the world we live in today, you see the young ones, our kids, etc., they are so up to date on what's happening in the world. And you just imagine what the world will be like tomorrow if their counterparts who grew up in the villages without internet access, digital connectivity issues, we're creating a hostile future for our kids. So it's an area that requires immediate attention. We must fix our digital connectivity and access and infrastructure to actually power the development of our country. And you asked about AI, and this is an interesting conversation I've had before. We can't talk of AI when access to electricity is horrible. AI requires all about data. It requires significant investment in electricity, energy. We don't have it. About 60% of our people don't have access to electricity. How can we be talking of AI? So it's important,
it's a priority,
but it's a timing
obviously.
issue.
Yeah.
So that therefore leads to a fundamental issue of improvement in access to electricity. And I want to tie it back again to Afrocapitalism, which is again private sector playing its own role in helping to develop the continent by making investment in critical sectors that can help us transform Africa, like electricity. Power is so critical. You cannot develop a continent without electricity. And AI and all the other things that build on it cannot happen if we don't fix electricity. So I will use this opportunity as usual. When I discover Professor Karama and Afreximbank and others, I say to them, let's keep our eyes on improvement in access to electricity as the foundation that we need to develop our continent.
Okay, let's come to your foundation now. First off, what role should African multinationals have in fostering the next generation of leaders, but also business builders on the continent? What role should, we know what you're doing, Afreximbank, other multinationals, what should they be doing?
I like to answer questions like this with stories. We set up, my wife and I founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation in 2010. Not out of abundance of wealth per se, but the realization that first, no one but us will develop our people, our continent, and two, that poverty anyway is a threat to all of us everywhere. And third point, that at some point in life, it's about legacy, it's about impact, and not how much you have in your bank account. And so we set up this, and we felt that the luck we benefited growing up, as I said earlier, all of us are where we are today because at some point in time we got one help or the other. Okay? That we needed to democratize luck and let others come into it. So that was what led us to created the Tony Elumelu Foundation, endowed with $100 million, and decided that every year we should support young Africans, 1,000 all across, from all 50 African countries, male, female, sector agnostic. And over time, we saw the increase in young Africans being interested in the program, that in a year we get applicants like over 400,000 applications for only 1,000 space. You're no longer democratizing luck, you're dashing luck or dashing hopes, etc. So we called on some of our partners, some of our global friends, and said, let's do this together. We have a time-tested program, the Tony Elumelu Foundation, that helping to catalyze economic prosperity. And so we have some who have come on board, United, UNDP, EU, European Union Commission, the ICRC, and then recently someone talking, Professor Sachs was talking about the connection, the improving relationship between the Gulf states and Africa. I would say we're doing that already through the Tony Elumelu Foundation and the UAE Foundation.
Our time is
all
up.
of us coming together to help these young Africans, give them economic hope, access, capital, and train them so that collectively we can develop the continent and have new pipeline of entrepreneurs.
Do you know what? Our time is up. It's flown by.
It's
but it's flashing, isn't it? But I'm going to be naughty. There are two questions I need to squeeze in.
All right, go ahead.
The first of which comes from a member of the public. Okay? Now, for me, this is more important than my question. So I'm going to pose this question to you, Tony. I'm not going to say who it is. It was a lovely, lovely gentleman at an event that I met, but we had a stimulating conversation. And he says, I've got a question for Mr. Elumelu. I went, go on then. And he said, here we go. Nigeria has a population of approximately 200 million, of which 60% are youth. And we know that our young are very, very restless. There aren't enough jobs. I know that Tony Elumelu has a foundation. What can he do to reach out to our young people? What concrete impact have you made? And what are your plans for the next 5 years, with specific reference to the creative industry? He said the creatives, for example, of Nigeria, but I'm sure this is across the continent, are unable to get financing because traditional banks don't get it. They don't get it. The banks are unwilling to fund these businesses, for example, guiding them with copyright, protecting, their copyright for films and music. Banks don't know how to take action. What can Tony do as chairman of one of Africa's biggest banks and having a foundation for young people? What are your plans to ensure that this group of people are not left behind?
Okay, so what can we do? It's not even what can we do, it's what are we doing?
Okay.
So today, through the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we have provided non-refundable seed capital of $5,000 each to over 21,000 young African males and females. Fact. We have trained over 1 million young African entrepreneurs through the TF Connect Digital Network to help them become, because at times it's not just about capital. You need capital, but more important, you need to know what to do when you have capital. So we have trained over 1 million young Africans.
The police are here.
So there's so much we have done. I wish we had more time.
Okay.
But it's not about what can we do. We are
doing
doing right now.
Okay, my last question. Don't shout at me. Last question. What would your legacy like to be, Tony?
As someone who helped to create prosperity for others, as someone who helped to empower others. That's what we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Tony Elumelu, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to get a quick picture.
Okay.
Can we get the cameras in very quickly? Just there. I don't know if you can see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this extraordinary conversation. A round of applause again for this panel. so inspiring, right? I feel like listening to all the conversations this morning, I feel like I can even conquer the world. Aren't you feeling the same today? Yes, we are indeed. So I do have an announcement to make, and I'm just a messenger here. All cars parked outside on the road by the hotel and Congress will be towed unless removed immediately. So please proceed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are moments when the past speaks louder than the present. When the wisdom of those who came before us lights the way forward. Today, we make space for one of those voices. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Nigeria's first president, was not only a founding partner and father, he was a visionary whose words still resonate with clarity and urgency. Ce que vous allez entendre et ce que vous allez voir n'est pas qu'un simple souvenir. C'est un appel, un écho venu du passé, mais tourné vers l'avenir. C'est de ça qu'il s'agit aujourd'hui. Un rappel que nos fondations sont solides et que le rêve africain reste vivant. Now, here comes a guest, a present brought to life by light alone. I invite you to listen to their message. Thank you.
The challenge of Nigeria as a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive the stature of man in Africa and restore the dignity of man in the world. Nigerians believe passionately in the fundamental human rights. We regard all races of the human family as equal. Under no circumstance shall we accept the idea that the black race is inferior to any other race. To associate with us in this great adventure of restoring the dignity of man in the world. There are many leaders who can give active support and assistance to our nation at its supreme hour of need. When Britain transferred power to us on 1st October 1960, we were no longer an expression of geography, but a reality of history. Let us bind the nation's wound and let us heal the breaches of the past so that in forging our nation, there shall emerge on this continent a hate-free, fear-free, and greed-free people who shall be in the vanguard of a world task force whose assignment is not only to revive the stature of man in Africa, but to restore the dignity of man in the world. I have made up my mind to do all that lies in my power so that our newly won freedom shall endure. All that remains for us to do now is for our leaders and their followers to demonstrate that spiritual resilience which had enabled us to survive the onslaught of the past. With faith in the eventual success of our adventure in the Community of Nations, we can look forward to the morrow with hope and charity for our fellow man, knowing that the task has been well done and the prospects of a future are bright.
Another round of applause for the powerful prose and passion of Nnamdi Azikiwe, that voice from the past that guides us to the future. I did the roll call of a dizzying array of heads of states, vice president representatives, former presidents this morning. And as they come in, and I recognize them, I just want to say us to welcome the former president of Senegal, His Excellency Macky Sall is in the room. The former president of Niger, Mamadou Issoufou, and the champion of the AFCFTA is here with us. Resplendent in white. I don't know if any of you were, I'm sure most of you were here yesterday to hear his wonderful thoughts. We have our father here in Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former president of Niger. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Representing the President of Chad, we have the Honorable Minister of Finances here with us, Tahir Hamid Ngulin is here. And also representing the President of Tanzania, we're very blessed to have in our presence His Excellency Philip Mpango, who is, of course, a very top economist in Africa as well. Now, and in due course, I will continue to welcome as I see you. But let's move on now. You know, the one distinguishing feature about the Afreximbank annual meetings is that it's not just talk, it's also walk. Deals are made, sometimes in the tens of billions of dollars, and that's, I think, what distinguishes our AAMs from others. This moment is no different. We have a number of deal signing. We'll do them rapidly. That's why the table is out there. There are some lawyers with pens and documents in the back, so I'm going to get started. This is deal number one. It's a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between Afreximbank as the lender and the government of Gabon relating to the energy and manganese. For that, I will call the co-signatories on behalf of Afreximbank. Please welcome Dr. George Elombi, Executive Vice President. And on behalf of Gabon, we're so pleased to have the Minister of Economy and Finance for Gabon. Welcome, His Excellency Henri Claude Oyima. So that is the lender and that is the borrower. The lawyers are standing by with their golden pens and their documents. So I would invite you to take your seats, gentlemen. We have witnesses too, as is the nature of these things. Now, as they take to the stage, let me tell you what they're signing. The size of this deal is enormous. It's not 500 million. It's not 1 billion. It's not 2 billion. It's not even 3 billion. It's 3.8 billion US dollar deal size right here. The African Export-Import Bank and the government of the Republic of Gabon are formally entering into a transformative memorandum of understanding to strengthen trade and investment collaboration. Now, this landmark agreement that they're signing there, signed by George Elombi and Minister Henri Claude Oyima, outlines a strategic partnership to drive agro-industrial diversification, formalize gold trading, enhance manganese value addition, accelerate power sector development, and modernize Gabon's railway infrastructure so we can carry these value-added minerals, metals, and so on. Now, together, these initiatives aim to boost economic growth, create jobs, and position Gabon as a regional trade and industrial hub in the era of the AFCFTA. This MOU reflects a shared commitment to unlocking Africa's potential through sustainable development and intercontinental cooperation. This is an important milestone. Please go ahead. If you've not signed, please go ahead and sign. It is an important milestone in Gabon's journey towards prosperity and continental integration. What you are seeing here is a deal signed, an MOU between Afreximbank and the government of Gabon relating to energy and manganese and railway infrastructure. It's a big one. $3.8 billion US dollars. $3.8 billion US dollars signed there. If you need further proof of the power of Afreximbank to influence transformative change in Africa. You just saw it there. Ladies and gentlemen, the MOU is signed. Congratulations to both parties, but you're not free yet. We've got another signing for Gabon as well. We're giving you 2 for 1 here. Gentlemen, I understand you also have something else to sign. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a facility agreement also between Afreximbank and the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Gabon. This is a 200 million euros. It says euros. Facility to Gabon. Let me tell you, please go ahead, gentlemen, and sign. I'll describe the deal. Afreximbank has granted the government of Gabon, the Republic of Gabon, 200 million euros, amortizing term loan to support strategic investments in the country's energy sector, specifically financing construction of 3 thermal power plants with a combined capacity of 300 megawatts to address power shortages in Gabon. It's a 7-year structured facility and is designed to leverage Gabon's existing repayment capacity while unlocking economic potential by providing energy infrastructure, enhancing electricity supply, and fostering sustainable development in Gabon. This loan that you saw underscores Afreximbank's deep commitment to support critical infrastructure projects that drive industrialization and economic growth across Africa. 200 million euros. Signed, gentlemen? Congratulations to Minister of Finance of Gabon, Henri-Claude Oyima, and representing Afreximbank, George Elombi. Just one more to go, and then we'll continue with the program. As I asked the parties to please exit the stage, we'll move quickly on to the next deal. If I could ask you to please move to your chairs, we want to get the next deal in. Now, for this next deal, I call on our EVP, Ms. Kanayo Awani. Kanayo, are you here? Where is Kanayo? Come, yes, Kanayo. The hardest working lady in African finance, Kanayo Awani. And for Gasmeth, I'm calling the Chief Financial Officer for Gasmeth, Mr. Bruce Burrows. Mr. Bruce Burrows, ladies and gentlemen, for Gasmeth. What are they signing? Well, it's a transaction. $233 million US. It's a methane gas to CNG project. So methane gas to CNG project. It's a syndicated finance facility in favor of Gasmeth Energy Limited. They're in Rwanda, out of which $85 million for Afreximbank. These are both parties. So Gasmeth Energy Limited is the borrower and Afreximbank as the MLA and the lender. It's the development of barge, upstream, midstream capacity and downstream infrastructure equipped with offshore processing facilities for extracting methane gas from Lake Kivu. Onshore, the methane will be compressed into compressed natural gas, as they call it, CNG, and it's supplied to Rwandan consumers to replace traditional fuels in industries, such as power generation, transport, and also domestic use and in homes. Now, the government of Rwanda considers this very important project as, quote, a strategic path in line with GOR vision to convert its current energy use to cleaner and greener fuel sources. It's all part of a drive for environment protection and to reduce reliance on traditional biomass. Now, upon Gasmeth's Lake Kivu development project in the wider plan, the big plan is for net zero in the Rwandan economy. And the project's been included in the government's planning and particularly has been recognized as a contribution to the path to net zero. And also, of course, the planning of the Paris Accord. That is $233 million signed, ladies and gentlemen. So that is the project. Those are the signings. I'm sure there'll be more to come. Thank you very much to both signees. Now, we'll move straight on with the program. I believe next we have panel session 1. Now, we're thrilled to have here what promises to be an extraordinary session. One where the future of African multilateral finance takes center stage, and where we ask the crucial question: can Africa and its Caribbean brothers and sister nations rise in this fractured world? Now, we'll dive into how critical institutions like Afreximbank can help shape policies and promote unity, not just within Africa, but between continents, even as the world grows more divided. So what we're going to do here is we're first going to bring in my learned friend, Professor Emmanuel Achimpong, onto the stage, who's going to set the scene, soften the ground, as we say in media. And then I'm going to take a microphone together with my co-MC, who's a francophone, and we are going to go around and take some interventions from the sitting heads of states, the former heads of states, and their representatives. Isn't that going to be interesting? So please welcome to the stage the Ellen Gurney Professor of History and Professor of African and African American Studies, Professor Emmanuel Achimpong. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Achimpong. I'm a professor at Harvard University. Let me start off by thanking Afreximbank for the honor and the privilege of being asked to moderate this plenary session with such distinguished members, both former and sitting heads of states or their representatives. I start off by stressing that this is a conversation, and I'll explain a few housekeeping rules, and then we will start. I think it is auspicious and timely that we have both former and sitting heads of states or their reps from Africa and the Caribbean here today. 60 years ago, when we were achieving independence, leaders from the Caribbean and Africa were in conversation about their political economies and how they could bring these closer together. Norman Manley of Jamaica, Eric Williams of Trinidad were in conversation with Nkrumah, with Nyerere. Someone like William Arthur Lewis came and became Nkrumah's economic advisor. So that 60 years later, we are sitting here with important developments. In 2008, the AU declared the diaspora the sixth region of Africa. In 2021, there was an Africa-Caribbean Economic Summit. But 60 years ago or today, the agenda hasn't changed. The top item is economic development. And that is what we will be engaging today. So let me speak briefly or introduce briefly who we have or we hoped to have for the former heads of states. I recognize Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former head of state of Nigeria. I see His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn Boshe. We are supposed to have, I'm trying to find His Most Honorable Percival Noel James Patterson from Jamaica. I see my former President, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. We have His Excellency Mohamedou Issoufou from Niger, and we have His Excellency Macky Sall from Senegal. In terms of the sitting heads of states or their representatives. I believe we have Malawi. We have the representative of Malawi. We have the representative, which is the vice president of Tanzania. We have the prime minister of Bahamas. We have the prime minister of Grenada. And we have the rep for Rwanda. I hope I am not missing. This is the list that I was given. So apologies if I have missed anyone. So a few housekeeping rules and we will start. I have three broad questions. The same questions, the three go to the former heads of state, and then three broad questions will go to the sitting heads of states or their representatives. When I ask a question to the former heads of states, they will all answer it. And then I'll go to the sitting heads of states. It will be a different question. Three questions each. For the former heads of states, the focus would be how they found finance for development. The second is how they managed debt. The third is how they went about the capitalization of development banks or multilateral institutions. Those are the three, and I believe I did share it with them ahead of time. For the sitting heads of states or their representatives, also three questions, and each gets to answer the same question. Again, it's a conversation. Feel free to build off what your colleagues say. The first would be their outlook on the global political economy as it is now. The second would be how they break out and rise from this fractured context today that we see. And I'll provide a little introduction for each question. And then the third, we'll look at the African Continental Free Trade Area and how we can build trade and investment flows between our regions and within our regions. If we have time, and I doubt that, there will be a common question to all of you about the currency we should trade in as we look at what is happening to the dollar and other international currencies on the global economy. So that is our agenda. So let me start with the former heads of states. If they can speak briefly, and a mic will be brought to you. So if you signal, the mic will be brought. We have two mics. If they can speak to financing development, how they raised development finance. On the flip side of that is debt. Some found debt, which made it challenging to raise money. Some raised money, which got them into debt. So they can speak about these two. You can start with either debt or you can start with raising finance for development. So that's the first question to the former presidents. And if you signal, I have Marie and I have Mark, they will bring you a mic. And if it is in French, I have Marie who can translate. So if we can see from any, can you please bring the mic to Chief Obasanjo, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Prof. Just to be very clear, we have the sitting president of Malawi and the president of Gabon also here with us. Okay. His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera and His Excellency Bryce Oligu Nguema, who will be joining us later. They are here. But let me go to Baba.
Okay.
Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. I probably will say that when I took over as Chief Executive of Nigeria in 1999, I will not go the way they say it. They talk of empty purse. Mine was below empty purse. Because empty purse means that there's nothing in the pocket. Mine was, I inherited a debt service of $3.5 billion every year. And I had a little bit less than that in the purse, in the reserve. So, and yet, we had to carry out development. So the first thing is, what can we do to stop the empty purse and start filling up the purse? So, of course, I will come back to that later. I have to go for debt relief at all costs. It took almost 5 years to achieve that, in fact 6 years almost, but it was achieved. So that made me to be able to save $3.5 billion a year for debt relief. And when I was paying $3.5 billion every year for debt relief, the quantum of debt was not going down. It was not going down because of interest rate and what they call penalties. When you don't pay in time, they penalize you. And then when anything happens, they penalize you. So you're now getting debt upon debt. Now, but what did I do? Or what did we do? One, we had to stop waste. And that is very important. There's a lot of waste in government. And if you look hard, you will see where the waste is. And you cannot remove waste completely, but you can drastically reduce waste. And we did drastically reduce waste. The next is corruption. Oh, they give corruption all sorts of names. Whatever name they give corruption, corruption is corruption. And corruption is a strange bedfellow with development. Corruption and development don't go together. Don't deceive yourself. Whichever way you go about it, corruption is inimical to development. And we found that out. So the first bill I sent to the National Assembly is the bill to stop corruption and punish corruption. Now that bill stayed in National Assembly for 18 months. And the members of National Assembly watered the bill down. They said to me that if they have passed the bill the way I sent it, most of them will be in jail after they have left. After they have left the National Assembly. Now, so there is reduction of waste, substantially reducing corruption, and mobilization of resources. There are resources internally that can be mobilized if only attention is paid to it and is carried out well. That is on what we do. And of course, there's also mobilization of resources from outside. The outside resources are there. And I will put it this way. Money to develop or fund to develop Africa is out there internally and externally. It's how to get that fund mobilized internally, stop corruption and waste, unnecessary luxury, so a good policy, solid policy, and then incentivize money from outside.
Yes.
Let it come in, make sure it stays in, and make sure it does what it's meant to do.
Thank you.
Now, let me just end on the note.
Thank you. Yes.
Talking about corruption, there was a situation when I was doing the debt relief, and I said, look, bring for me, let me see what are these debt that we are paying for. How do we encode them? Where are they from? And there's a case like this. A state, part of the debt that we had to pay for, a state borrowed $10 million for turnkey carpet manufacturing. Turnkey. They drew up the money completely. They had a commission video report. The land was not cleared. The land was not cleared. When I saw this, I said I wouldn't pay. Then they showed me the small print where it says, whatever the money, once the money has been signed and the instruction has been given by the borrower for deployment of the money, then the responsibility is that of the borrower to pay. So I had to pay the money that was not even, did not come to a project that it was meant to come to. And that is the sort of thing that we suffer. We had to make sure that we stop that. Then we will have money to do what we need to do for development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have been instructed that we have a hard stop at 12. We still do?
Yes, I think so. 12 o'clock, is it? Yeah. I mean, former President Obasanjo's words actually echoed what Professor Sachs was saying about there's no shortage of capital, he said. There's a shortage of attitude and strategy to tap it.
Indeed. So, please give the mic to His Excellency.
Thank you very much, Moderator. When I was in office, we mobilized our finances mainly from domestic sources. As you all know, we have policy banks, Ethiopian Development Bank and the Ethiopian Commercial Bank, which are state-owned banks. And that helped us a lot by generating savings in Ethiopia. I think that was the main reason we were able to finance the mega dam you all know, which is the Renaissance Dam of Ethiopia, from domestic sources, which is around $5 billion. Second, our rating by the time was B+, so we were able to generate $1 billion to build 14 industrial parks in Ethiopia, which is an exemplary. Now Afreximbank is emulating and continuing on supporting African nations. And I think this is investing in productive sector is one of the key. We are not borrowing money for consumption. We are borrowing money for productive sector development. That was the thing. And we went to the East, and China has supported us a lot in infrastructure development in Ethiopia. You know that private sector cannot be competitive if we don't have proper infrastructure in place, and we were able to invest in a railway project that goes from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, which is 800 kilometers of railway, electrified railway, a green railway project that was supported by China Exim Bank. So we try to diversify our sources of finance when I was in office, and it continued on. Of course, it has genesis not only in my term, but before me. My predecessor was one of the icons, African icon leader who championed for this to happen. By the way, I still believe that we championed for BRICS formation. Obasanjo is here, President Obasanjo is, I'm sorry, Baba. You, President Mbeki, Prime Minister Meles, and President Bouteflika, you four of you are the basis for BRICS formation. It's not from outside. So I think We need to diversify our sources, even in the future, going to the east, as Professor Sachs was saying, we have to utilize all sources of financing. So the debt issue is still a problem because the ratings, even though we got B+, but nonetheless, that has been declining from time to time. So we need to have rating institutions that are African-based, understanding Africa properly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If we could go to His Excellency Macky Sall, and then from there we'll go to Most Honorable Patterson of Jamaica. So Macky Sall.
Former President of Senegal.
Que nous ayons besoin de traduire la question qui a été posée, Monsieur le Président Macky Sall.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French. Je voudrais d'abord remercier Afreximbank pour cette assemblée annuelle et féliciter le président Oraman pour le remarquable travail qu'il a mené à la tête de l'institution. Je salue les chefs d'État ici présents ainsi que les anciens chefs d'État et je voudrais distinguer le président Olusegun Obasanjo, notre doyen, en le saluant. Je salue tous les autres. Alors la question qui est posée est une question pertinente. Arrivé à la tête du Sénégal, naturellement, comme dans la plupart de nos pays, nous avons des situations difficiles. Mais ce qui compte en économie et dans les finances, c'est d'abord la confiance que le pays inspire et les leaders par rapport au marché et par rapport aux partenaires. Cela m'a permis très rapidement de mobiliser assez de ressources pour financer tout le programme économique que j'avais conçu qui s'appelait le plan Sénégal émergent. Sur une décennie, nous avons mobilisé plus de 3 fois les ressources antérieurement mobilisées. Cela se traduit naturellement par une modernisation de l'infrastructure du pays sur le plan de l'infrastructure routière, autoroutière, sur le triplement des capacités en électricité. Au moment où je partais, le pays était exportateur d'énergie électrique. Cela aussi grâce au secteur privé qui a cru et qui a financé dans la production électrique indépendante. Alors, tout cela, bien sûr, a été fait avec des contraintes, puisque l'Afrique, en réalité, évolue dans un environnement contraint et la dette, elle revient avec un fardeau puisque les mécanismes aujourd'hui qui sont en marche ne permettent pas aux pays africains de s'endetter dans des conditions optimales. Ça, c'est une donnée qui est réelle et que nous devons enlever avec naturellement nos partenaires. La semaine prochaine se tiendra à Séville la réunion sur le financement du développement. J'ai lancé un appel, comme la plupart de nos collègues ici présents, pour qu'il y ait une action décisive sur la réduction de l'endettement du continent et des pays en développement de façon générale. Non pas parce que nous ne voulons pas payer la dette, nous la payons et nous la payons même parfois beaucoup plus cher que nous avons emprunté. Mais il faut que la dette multilatérale publique, la dette bilatérale publique puisse avoir une décision importante à Séville, notamment dans les secteurs sociaux comme l'éducation, la santé, etc. Mais il nous faut compter sur nous-mêmes en mobilisant nos ressources domestiques. Pour cela, l'Afrique doit encore faire des efforts dans la fiscalité de chaque pays pour davantage mobiliser l'épargne, mais avoir aussi une fiscalité juste et une assiette plus élargie. Les contraintes pour mobiliser toute notre épargne restent encore dans les mécanismes de mobilisation. C'est pourquoi la digitalisation doit permettre à nos administrations d'arriver à une meilleure mobilisation. Mais il faut une synergie entre le secteur privé africain et le secteur public. Et il nous faut surtout, et je termine par là, augmenter les capacités de nos banques, Afreximbank, Banque africaine de développement, la BOAD, African Finance, ainsi que les autres organismes. Les pays doivent mettre encore de l'argent dans le capital de nos institutions. C'est la seule façon d'en faire des institutions crédibles à même d'emprunter sur le marché des capitaux et surtout de répondre à nos besoins à nous. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, que ce soit nos banques de développement, elles dépendent plus des orientations qui sont données par les partenaires non régionaux. Et pour cela, c'est à nous, Africains, de mettre les ressources qu'il faut, secteur privé comme secteur public, et je m'en arrête là. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, Excellence Macky Sall, ancien président de la République du Sénégal. Please proceed with the next.
Okay, so we will go next to His Excellency or Most Honorable Percival James Patterson, the longest-serving Prime Minister of Jamaica. So we heard just now from the former President of Senegal, and before him, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam Desalegn Poche. So,
good morning.
Good morning.
I'm mindful that the topic of this plenary has to do with the role of the multilateral financial institutions of Africa and their role in accelerating development in a polarized world. And therefore, I want to make some comments which are more of a general in nature, because I think they apply right across the board to the 6 regions of Africa, despite the fact that we are separated by an ocean and the 6th region is on the other side of the ocean. And I think it's true to say that we share more than a common ancestry. And the group of leadership to which I belong came into office in a world where the international institutions determine the policy within which we were forced to operate, and the institutions that guide them were not created by us, and they were not intended for the benefit and the development of us. And therefore, central to my presentation is the fact that we have to devise together our own economic strategies, not in accordance with traditional policy models created for others which are not suited for our particular countries. I remind you that the IMF is owned by 16.9% by one country, and loans have to be approved by 80% of the shareholding interests. So it's not only in the Security Council that there's a veto power, but also in the financial institutions, there's a veto power. And as much as we are striving in the world to have Africa included in the Security Council in its own right as a permanent member, we have to make sure that the veto power in the IMF is not cast to our disadvantage. In fact, the global north has 9 times the power of the south in both the multilateral institutions, the IMF and the World Bank. I say this because for a very long time, many of us have found ourselves in a situation where there is not only an escalation of debt, but we have to borrow, in some cases, to pay our debt obligations. So we're getting further and further into a big hole. And this is despite the fact that the South, and Africa in particular, is abundantly rich in resources. It is the only continent in the whole world that has the most of the best of everything, whether it is in terms of value, like diamonds or gold, or minerals like lithium and uranium, and, of course, it has energy resources that include wind and water, in addition to energy and gas. Okay. And for a very, very long time, our biggest problem has been ensuring that we have the resources available to us to develop the health of our people, but of greatest significance, the education and training of our people, which is critical and essential to development, and particularly in the age of technology. In Jamaica and elsewhere in the Caribbean, we have had to take some very hard decisions. And that includes, in some cases, disposing some of the assets previously owned and operated by the state to release the funding to be able to provide for education and development in its broadest sense. Okay. And I think, please let me finish. I think if I don't get the opportunity of saying anything else again in this debate, what we have, we must own, we must control, and we must deploy the income and the benefit of it for the development of our people, because our people come first. We have to take charge of charting our own destiny and no longer to the dictates of others. And my plea, after years of involvement and coming out of the pavilion to share this with you, it is time for us who have the most abundant wealth of resources, including our population and our young people, to regard the past as prologue and to take the future into our own hands to make Africa greater than ever it was before.
The longest serving Prime Minister of Jamaica. Hold on a second. I'm actually going to grab this now because I want to go all the way from the Caribbean to the southeastern part of our great continent, Africa, because look at who we have here. The President of Malawi, ladies and gentlemen. the President of Malawi, Lazarus Chakwera.
Yes.
I have a mic here, and it's yours, Your Excellency, if you could please stand.
Okay. So for the current presidents, I shift to a different question, but they are connected. Okay. So we look at our current situation. We've had slower economic growth post-COVID. We have rising protectionism, and we see economic nationalism. And then we are seeing all these geopolitical conflicts. If you could share your thoughts on where you see the state of the global economy and its outlook. It's your thoughts. So how do you see the global economy and its outlook today?
Thank you very much. I would say that the African spirit is failing to be broken and will not be broken because despite the challenges you mentioned, we are able to continue to have hope and cling on to hope so that we can develop our continent and in conjunction with CARICOM all over the world, a system that truly proves resilient. And it means we have to make sure the production levels of our commodities, are upscaled. But not just that, because trading, which replaces aid in many ways as a positive thing, also means that we must trade not just in raw materials, but trade in materials that have added value right here on the continent, so that we are in the same vein creating jobs for millions of young people. As a young continent, we need to provide jobs to these young people. This is what Malawi 2063 vision talks about. How does Malawi become a self-reliant, all-inclusively wealthy nation that is industrialized? If we continue to export raw materials, and then even those who produce are not empowered to produce more and of high quality consistently, so that we are able then to link up with the other nations. This is a question that we are facing head on because we believe that Africa can really become the giant it is, because it is already one. But we need to make sure that means of production and beneficiation of what Africa has is done right here on the continent. And then it means we cooperate more as well in order for us to make sure that the barriers that got created, not by our own making, but in someone's scheming to make us what we are supposed to be in their sight, always down there. Some of these policies have also been inadvertently adopted by those of us in leadership, where we still want to make sure we put the least right where supposedly they are supposed to be. But people like smallholder farmers in Malawi or subsistence farmers who are working hard to produce Even food that the majority consumes, they are the least paid. We said that must change. The economics that says the least paid food stuff will make sure the inflation doesn't rise is a false one, because it penalizes those that are working hard to feed everybody else and to remain poor. We must find solutions that then raises everyone. Any chain is as strong as its weakest link. And in a community like Malawi finds itself fighting poverty, we want to create wealth instead. And so we have developed an ATM and AM strategy where agricultural production and commercialization is emphasized with mega farms on the scale. Irrigation. We're developing right now what will be the largest irrigation system in Southern Africa, the Sheer Valley Transformation Program. And we want to make sure that agriculture then becomes not subsistence, where you just want food for one day, but produce quantities that can feed the rest of our brethren across borders. And then tourism. Malawi is the most beautiful country in terms of what the lake has to offer, things that you can't find on planet Earth. But we need infrastructure. Infrastructure that says everybody can come, an ecosystem that says even the Caribbean can visit, which they already do with some of our music, tourism, concerts and stuff. But mining, we have discovered now, we never thought the rare earth, the graphite, the rutile, the largest deposits of rutile, 97% pure titanium, that is yet to be, exploited, not exploited by exploiting Malawians, but exploited for the benefit of Malawians. And we need investors that then become partners to unlock some of these. We have all manner of mines, but manufacturing has to happen in the country. For example, the mega farms I just mentioned. We need to have systems where these farms are and have factories there, add value to what we produce, the coffee, the tea, the tobacco, and macadamia, everything. So when we sell, we have the benefits of those who buy as well as those of us who sell. That would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. As the mic goes to His Excellency Muhammadu Isifu, and after him to His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, this is the question. You are both champions of the African Continental Free Trade Area and of multilateral institutions. How can we leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area to foster greater trade and investment flows between African and Caribbean nations? The African Export-Import Bank has been a vital vehicle facilitating collaboration between the two regions. What are your expectations of Afreximbank's strategic role going forward? So, His Excellency Isufu, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, please.
Merci. Effectivement, j'en profiterai. Bon, je le ferai plus tard, Monsieur le Président.
Bien, merci. Je voudrais à mon tour saluer Orama et féliciter Afreximbank pour cette 32e Assemblée générale. Je salue également tous les chefs d'État ici présents. Avant de répondre à votre question, je voudrais rappeler que j'ai dirigé le Niger pendant 2 mandats, de 2011 à 2021. J'étais arrivé avec un programme, avec des priorités bien déterminées, et j'avais évalué ce programme à 23 milliards de dollars. J'ai pu en mobiliser 22 milliards à partir des ressources internes
22 milliards à partir également des ressources externes, sous forme d'aide budgétaire, sous forme de prêts concessionnels et sous forme également de bons de trésor, d'obligations qu'on a pu placer sur le marché régional de l'UEMOA. Mais nous n'avons pas eu recours au marché financier international, parce que le marché financier international coûte très cher. Alors, pour revenir à votre question, l'Afrique, je dirais, a un agenda. L'agenda 2063. L'agenda de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Cet agenda ne peut être mis en œuvre de manière efficace que si nous accélérons l'intégration au niveau du continent, que si nous mettons en œuvre un certain nombre de projets phares contenus dans cet agenda, dont la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Mais la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine ne doit pas être perçue comme un projet isolé. C'est un projet qu'il faut mettre en œuvre en rapport avec les autres projets phares, par exemple le plan de développement des infrastructures en Afrique. Il nous faut développer l'énergie, il faut développer les infrastructures ferroviaires, il faut développer les infrastructures numériques, etc. Même chose pour le projet de développement industriel de l'Afrique et le projet de développement agricole de l'Afrique. Tous ces projets doivent être mis en œuvre ensemble. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine ne doit pas être perçue comme étant un projet isolé. Maintenant, il y a des obstacles. Je vais essayer d'aller vite parce que je sais que le temps est important. Je voudrais mettre l'accent sur deux problèmes que l'Afrique doit résoudre. Le premier problème, c'est celui de l'échange inégal. L'Afrique a des matières premières. L'Afrique est considérée aujourd'hui comme simple réservoir de matières premières, exportatrice de matières premières et importatrice de produits finis. À travers cet échange, l'Afrique s'appauvrit. Ce n'est pas l'Afrique seulement, de manière générale, les pays pauvres s'appauvrissent à travers l'échange inégal. J'ai un chiffre. En 2017, les pays pauvres ont perdu 2200 milliards de dollars à travers l'échange inégal. Je dis bien 2200 milliards de dollars à travers l'échange inégal. Par conséquent, une des priorités pour l'Afrique, c'est de créer des chaînes de valeur. Deuxième problème, je l'ai un peu évoqué en parlant du bilan de mes 10 ans au Niger, c'est l'architecture financière internationale qui est inéquitable. L'architecture financière internationale est inéquitable parce que les pays pauvres ont difficilement accès aux ressources du marché financier international. Ils y ont accès à des coûts très élevés. Les écarts de taux d'intérêt entre les pays du Sud et les pays du Nord sont très élevés. Là également, il y a un transfert de richesse qui se produit à travers les taux d'intérêt, à travers cette architecture financière internationale injuste. Nous avons à plusieurs reprises fait le plaidoyer pour la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale. On n'y est pas encore effectivement arrivé. Je donne un autre exemple de l'inéquité de l'architecture financière internationale. C'est la formule de calcul des quotes-parts au niveau du FMI pour les DTS. Vous savez que cette formule privilégie les pays développés dans la mesure où la pondération qui est faite prévoit un poids de 50% pour le PIB, un poids de 30% pour l'ouverture du marché, de l'économie du pays en question, un poids de 15% pour les fluctuations économiques et 5% pour les réserves. C'est une formule qui est inéquitable et qui ne profite pas aux pays pauvres. Maintenant, sur la ZLECAf, je lance un appel pour que ce projet puisse avancer assez rapidement. Et vous savez que nous avons, avec Afreximbank et avec le secrétariat de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, mis en place le système de panafricain de paiement. C'est un système extrêmement important, je pense, pour le processus de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, dans la mesure où il permet de faciliter les paiements transfrontaliers en monnaie locale, avec l'avantage que ces paiements transfrontaliers sont faits à moindre coût et dans des délais effectivement raisonnables. Aujourd'hui, on a beaucoup de pays africains et des pays des Caraïbes qui font partie de ce mécanisme. On lance un appel pour que les autres pays qui n'ont pas encore adhéré à ce mécanisme adhèrent à ce mécanisme, surtout dans la situation actuelle de multipolarisation du monde, surtout dans la situation actuelle où l'hégémonie d'un seul est contestée, surtout dans ce contexte donc où l'Afrique a effectivement besoin d'accélérer le processus d'intégration. Et l'idéal serait, je pense, qu'on avance vers la mise en place des monnaies régionales et plus tard la monnaie commune africaine. Je regrette qu'un de mes regrets, quand j'étais président et champion de la monnaie unique de la CEDEAO, c'est de n'avoir pas pu faire aboutir ce projet de monnaie unique de la CEDEAO, alors qu'on était très proche du but, mais malheureusement, la Covid-19 a fait que les pays se sont éloignés du pacte de convergence qu'on avait mis en place. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci infiniment à son Excellence Mahamadou Issoufou d'avoir partagé avec nous son expérience, son expertise et surtout ses recommandations. Alors avant de poursuivre, je voudrais quand même saluer la présence de deux représentants que j'ai vus. Je me dois forcément de reconnaître la présence du ministre Sanogo qui représente son Excellence Alassane Ouattara, donc de Côte d'Ivoire, aujourd'hui présent. Merci. Ainsi que le ministre Henri-Claude Oyima qui représente le Gabon et le président Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema également présent aujourd'hui. Et je pense que la question, the next question
is the same question to His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana.
Moderator, thank you very much for the opportunity. And like my colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking Professor Rama for the invitation to join the Assembly today, and also to wish him the best of luck in his new career. He has been an outstanding champion of the African cause, and all of us should thank him very much for the work that he has done. I, in Ghana, as President of Ghana, have a particular reason for being always very solicitous of the welfare of Orama. At the time of the difficulties that the COVID-19 brought to us and our access to the capital markets of the world, Afreximbank is the one that came to our aid, gave us $750 million at the time when we couldn't access the capital markets of the world. Everybody was turning their back on us, but Orama stepped in and helped us. So as far as that's concerned, I will always be extremely grateful and solicitous of his welfare. I think that the discussion that we're having, and the discussion that we have been having on the continent in the last 2 or 3 decades, all point to one fundamental fact. The institutions that we need to propel our development up till today are not in our hands. Prime Minister Patterson talked about the structure of the IMF. And he was illustrating one simple point. If you don't control the institutions of finance, you will not be able to finance your development. And I think that that is the matter that we need to pay the greatest attention to. How do we develop institutions that can enable us fund our development that we ourselves control? 2 or 3 small examples. Afreximbank today, I think, has a share capital of some $6 billion United States dollars. I'm right, somewhere in that arena. The Japan Bank for International Cooperation has a share capital of nearly 20 billion United States dollars. The Chinese Exim Bank's figures are in the region of $54–55 billion. That is all the difference between what Japan can do to fund its development and what we can do to fund our development. So there's a need for us to focus on what is it that we can do to transform the situation. Last, in 2024, which is the last year I was president of Ghana, I made a proposal at the AU that each one of the 54 countries on the continent should in future deposit 30% of its sovereign reserves with African multilateral institutions. For the simple reason that these reserves are lying in foreign banks, passive, in some cases deriving negative interest, and yet we are unable to fund our development. And it can only be done if we strengthen our own institutions like the Afreximbank, the ADB, etc. And for that to happen, we have to put our mouth where our thoughts are. We've got to be able to say to ourselves that if we are serious about the development of this continent, let us make the decisions that will enable us to resolve our problems. We can't do it. We can't do it just by talking. We have to do it by acting. And acting means what? Acting means, Professor Sachs says we have the money. Fair enough. If we can find the money, let us use it to develop our own institutions. Let's step back from the discussion, the eternal discussion about debt. We are not going to get any relief of any significant nature from the Western powers as far as debt is concerned. We're asked to pay a risk premium paid by people whose default rates are lower than comparable debts in other regions of the country, whose recovery rates are higher than it is from other areas of the world, largely because of what? Prejudice and exploitation. And we have to understand this situation in order for us to be able to diagnose and do the right thing. But the most critical, the institutions that will enable us to fund our development, the African Central Bank that has been on the table for the last 20 years, headquartered in Lagos in Nigeria, the African Investment Bank, which has also been on the table for the same period, the African Monetary Fund, which has been on the table for the same period. None of these institutions are yet anywhere near being operational. Why is that? Those are decisions we can take for ourselves, and they are the decisions that we need to take. And these are the few comments I make.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. He makes such a good point. Remember yesterday's conversation with Professor Mabubani, where he said that risk premium, Your Excellency, is beneficial to those investors abroad. If they can lift that perception of risk, they charge more. It's just simple mathematics. Back to you.
Okay. So we will go to our last question, and we'll ask 3 respondents to offer very brief thoughts. We'll go to the Prime Minister of Bahamas first, and then the Prime Minister of Grenada, And then we will go to His Excellency Musa Sanogo, who is the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises and Assets, representing the head of state of Côte d'Ivoire. Now, this is the question. Now that the world is discovering that the dollar and the euro are fiat currencies without anchor, what are Caribbean leaders doing, and African leaders doing or should be doing on these shifts in global currency awareness? As you look into the future, what currency should we be using to trade? So, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Bahamas.
I think the question is very timely, particularly when we consider what the global economic landscape is today, being defined by global uncertainty, the uncertainty that attends us, and the decline of multilateralism. In that context, when we consider currencies and what it is for the Bahamas, for example, and many other jurisdictions in the Caribbean, our currency, the Bahamian dollar, and a lot of other CARICOM currencies is pegged to the US dollar and the US dollar alone. For us, we should be considering having a basket of currencies to peg our dollar to, and that's what we are thinking and trying to advance at this moment. And for me, and when we talk about trade and how trade is, where currency is necessary for trade, and the disparity or the differences in our currencies, what I would like for consideration to be given is for the development of a digital currency to which all the African countries and CARICOM countries could be a part of for the purposes of facilitating trade, just as the PAPS initiative is facilitating trade in the African countries, and we are now piloting it in the Caribbean to see how it could facilitate trade amongst ourselves and Africa. Perhaps we could also move to what I call a virtual currency that we can advance for the purposes of assisting and facilitating trade.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll go to the Prime Minister of Grenada.
Thank you very much, and let me again thank Professor for having us all here. At the risk of not being redundant, I think it's important to re-emphasize that in the case of Africa, you probably have 54 different currencies. And so if we talk about how we move forward, it also means, I think in this case, getting us to a point where, incidentally in the Caribbean, we may have about 8 different currencies as well. So it obviously means a consolidation of less currencies that we can all work towards ultimately getting us to a point where there is an African currency that includes the diaspora. And if we're able to do so, it's not just about trade, it's also about the movement of people. Because as someone reminded me today, you could be a Nigerian who invests in the US, but you may not be a Nigerian who can get to the US because you don't get a visa to go to the US. So if we have the currencies that allow us to trade with ourselves, then there's really no need to go to the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will go to His Excellency Musa Sanogo of Côte d'Ivoire.
Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Alors, je voudrais déjà transmettre les salutations du président Ouattara à Afreximbank et à l'ensemble des autorités ici présentes. Alors, comme je sais que nous avons un problème de temps, alors vous avez posé des questions sur la problématique de la monnaie. C'est une question extrêmement importante, aussi bien en Afrique de l'Ouest puisque dans ce processus de création de monnaie unique et que dans plusieurs communautés économiques régionales africaines, à la vérité, la problématique de monnaie encre est surtout la résultante de la réalité commerciale et de la réalité des échanges. Si nous savons davantage échanger entre nos pays africains, nous n'avons pas besoin de chercher une monnaie encre qui nous permettrait d'être davantage impliqués, insérés dans le commerce international. Mais être capable d'échanger davantage entre nos pays africains, ça suppose que nous serons capables de produire déjà davantage, puisqu'on ne peut échanger que ce qu'on produit. Donc, si nous sommes capables de travailler à améliorer la production, la qualité de la production dans nos différentes économies, alors nous serons capables d'échanger davantage, alors nous serons capables d'avoir une monnaie commune qui ne nécessitera pas d'avoir une encre. Et je voudrais finir peut-être sur ce point. Aujourd'hui, en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons beaucoup progressé en termes de production de produits transformés. Nous sommes premier producteur mondial de cacao, suivi par nos frères du Ghana. Et nous sommes aujourd'hui à 40% du taux de transformation. Et premier producteur mondial de noix de cajou. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 30% du taux de transformation. Nous espérons, à l'horizon 2030, pouvoir transformer toute notre production sur place et avoir beaucoup plus d'échanges avec nos partenaires africains. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup.
A final word. We are going to the Vice President of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango. But as we go to him, I also want to recognize two people who are present with us. From Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, who is the Prime Cabinet Secretary. And then we have representing the President of Congo, the Minister of Finance, Budget and Public Portfolio, His Excellency Yuka Christian. So if we could recognize that.
Yes, I think they deserve more of a round of applause because of time, we can't get to them. They're gracious enough to cede the microphone, and this goes for all the representatives that I apologize we didn't get to. I wish God could give me another hour, but alas, I don't have that power. But His Excellency, the Vice President of Tanzania is here. The Vice President of Tanzania has the last word. Please welcome the words of Dr. Philip Isdor Mpanga.
Well, first, again, to join the others, to thank Professor Benedict for bringing us all here together, but even more for the great service to our continent as head of the Afreximbank over the last couple of years. Congratulations, and we wish you a good life post this particular assignment. I want to make one important, I think, remark as we conclude. We who are currently in office, I think, need to realize that the global economy that we are in is not only fragile, but it differs from country to country in our continent. And therefore, what is important first, I think, is to consolidate, build resilience of the economies of our region. And for this, I want to point out a few areas. One, make sure that the macroeconomic fundamentals are right. And in particular, I don't see any reason at all why Africa should continue importing food from outside. And therefore, we need to keep our handle on food inflation. Second is on energy-driven inflation. We can collaborate as African countries
to make sure that energy inflation is contained, and these are two major drivers of instabilities. So this is one important point. The second important point, the global turbulences should be a lesson to all of us to collaborate even more within the African continent. So there are regional projects that we need to work together. Africa is disconnected, continues to be disconnected. Why don't we work on regional transportation projects, work on regional or power interconnectors so that we are able to put together our resources with the support of regional development banks like Afreximbank. And finally, I think it is very important that all of us in the continent, we tap the ingenuity of our young people, right from the leadership positions. It's very important that we groom our young people and already put them in position to take over the African leadership. So I thought I should say those to conclude our very good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be remiss. I want to acknowledge, though not speaking, that we have in the room the rep for the President of Chad, who is the Minister of Finance. So let me thank all our contributors for this wonderful engagement. It is difficult to squeeze such distinguished gentlemen into this short period. So let's a round of applause for our distinguished contributors. And then let me call Mark to come and tell us what is. There you are. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for steering that so amiably. One last thing before we go to a break, and then when we come back, His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other dignitaries will join our wonderful sitting presidents, former presidents, vice presidents, presidential representatives for the official opening of the AAM 2025. So before we do that, one last thing. I said it's not just about talk. I said it's also about walk when we come to these annual meetings of Afreximbank. We're going to do one last thing, and this is truly a milestone in Africa's financial journey. It is the PAPS card launch, the PAPS card launch, the Pan-African Card Scheme. This is the official unveiling of this first ever Pan-African Card Scheme, and it's a groundbreaking innovation. It's the fruit of a collaboration between PAPS and Mercury Payment Services. I've got mine. PAPS card is set to revolutionize the way individuals, SMEs, businesses transact across the continent. The PAPS card not only reduces costs and streamlines payments, but also ensures that our data, very important, and the value remains within Africa's borders, empowering us all. The PAPS card ensures that retail payments, sovereignty, and interoperability is a definite. Now, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the future of payment, made in Africa, by Africa, for Africa. So now, to do the official launch of the PAPS card, I will now invite a number of people to the stage. First of all, those that have done some heavy lifting on this, I'm going to invite to the stage to give the cards. I'm going to ask you to assist me to give the cards, their first cards. Heads of states will get the first cards. So please welcome Mike Ogbalu, who is the CEO of PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Very hardworking guy, Mike, but always smiling. What is that about? Mr. Bosco Sebabi is the acting CEO of PAPS Card, so he's the one that actually is in that division. Bosco, please join us, Sebabi. Mr. Muzaffer Koka, chairman of Mercury. You remember I mentioned that Mercury were involved in the production and Mercury payment systems. Give them a round of applause. These are the engines behind the PAPS cards. Now, I will invite in this order, I'm going to invite the heads of state here present and those representing heads of states to come join us on the stage for this official launch. If you are representing a head of state, or indeed if you are the head of state, like the President of Malawi and our brothers from the Caribbean, please join us on the stage and give them a round of applause as they come onto the stage to launch the PAP card. I will also ask Professor Orama. This is, you are the leader behind this. Please join us. Former heads of state, please join us as well. Former heads of state are very, very welcome. President Obasanjo, Mamadou Issoufou, President Mamadou Issoufou, President Macky Sall, and others, please join for this momentous occasion. You're also very welcome. And if there are any sitting ministers here that are here with the president, you're also welcome to join. There's a lot of finance ministers in the place. I would also invite onto the stage for this group photo from Afreximbank, Mr. Dennis Denya, Senior EVP. George, are you George Elombi? You heard from him earlier. Please, George, come and join us, EVP from Afreximbank. And Haitham El Mayergi, EVP. Mr. Ekene Uzo, who's the Direct Group Management Office for Afreximbank. Mrs. Marlene Ngoye, the CEO of FEDA, please join us. Muzaffer Hamid, CEO of Mercury. Mrs. Desire Rumanyika from the Bank of Kigali, please join us. And also from I&M Bank Rwanda, Mr. Henry, please join us here. And if one of my colleagues can help me to organize the picture, that would be wonderful. I know they're listening backstage. Could you come and help me? Maybe my fellow MC. I need a pair of hands, please. Mr. Blaise Gasabari, CEO of R-Switch, and Dr. Agada Apochi, who's the CEO of Unified Payments. Now, as we assemble, Mike Ogbalu, Mr. Mike Ogbalu, Mike, we have cards to give to them, not right? We actually have physical cards. I need you to help me here to assemble the heads of states and for the photo and give, I know you have a limited number of cards, you give the cards to whoever you want to give the cards to. So please go ahead, come on, let's do that. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask all of you, to organize yourself in a group family photo for the PAPS card launch program. If I could have the heads of states and former heads of states at the front, please. And if you could assemble behind them, please don't block a head of state or a former head of state or a representative of a head of state. Please, if you don't fit that description, please stand behind.
Les chefs d'État sont invités, anciens chefs d'État sont invités à se positionner sur la ligne de devant afin qu'on puisse prendre la photo.
Okay, I'm going to ask. So he said to the Prime Minister of Bahamas, he said very soon he will have his card. He said very soon he will have his card. One of the first cards will go to you, Your Excellency. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, cameraman, are you ready? Yes, okay. So, how does that look? That looks definitely like a family. Doesn't it look like a family, ladies and gentlemen?
A beautiful family indeed.
If I could ask you to close in a little bit. The wide-angled lens is struggling, so just pull in a little bit on the sides there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true milestone in Africa's financial journey. The official unveiling of the PAPS card, the first ever Pan-African card scheme. It's a groundbreaking innovation. Let's take this photo now. Ladies and gentlemen, Hey, you pulled out the cards. That's even better. That's even better. Let's see the cards. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after 1, 2, 3, all say PAPS. 1, 2, 3. You've just witnessed history. Round of applause, please. Okay, if I would ask you to please exit the stage carefully, please.
Nous vous invitons à redescendre, mesdames et messieurs, après cette belle photo.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to ask you to remain in your seats, please, so that we have an organized, and the heads of state, representatives, now you're going to go to lunch. You're going to go to lunch, so we are going to allow them to exit the building. Please remain at your seat. Let them exit the building, and then we will go to lunch. Okay, so please allow the heads of states, representatives of heads of states, and former heads of states to exit the building first, please. Do not rush. Sit down. Madam, please. Madam, I said sit down. Madam.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous invitons à patienter pendant que les anciens chefs d'État, les chefs d'État
The
quittent
hardest
la
part
salle.
of the job. I'm telling you. The hardest part of the job. Okay. Please remain in your seats for the heads of states to exit the room. We'll be back here again shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, the program starts at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. The official opening at 2 p.m. Be seated before 2 p.m. Otherwise, you might not get a seat. It's going to be standing room only. 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, 2 p.m.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'heure où nous allons nous retrouver ici est 14h. Nous vous prions de bien vouloir revenir et être assis ici dans cette salle à 14h si vous voulez pouvoir assister à cette cérémonie. Merci bien.
2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully request that you exit the hall due to security. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the hall for security reasons. We kindly ask that you come back to the hall to be seated at 2 p.m. We kindly ask that you return to the hall at 2 p.m. Please exit the building. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the building. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the building for security reasons. We ask you to return to the hall and be seated at 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the building for security reasons. We ask you to return to the hall at 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the hall for security reasons. We kindly and humbly ask that you exit the hall for security reasons. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, time 2. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we humbly and respectfully request that you exit the building. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have your cars parked at the back of this building, please move them immediately. They are being towed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have your vehicles parked at the back of the building, please move them. They are being towed away. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the building for security reasons. And if you have your cars or your vehicles parked at the back of the building, we humbly ask that you remove them. They are being towed. Thank you.
Hi.
Special announcement. Attention, please. Special announcement. Please, we want everybody to kindly get out of the hall. Presidential security want to conduct security sweeping. Everybody out, please. Everybody out. Out of the hall, please. Everybody out of the hall. Presidential security want to conduct sweeping. Everybody out. What do you do? So what do you do with the bag? You sweep it. If there is nothing incriminating, fine. I learned that some of the guests left their bags. Come and take your luggages. Carry your bags. We are conducting security sweeping. Everybody out, please. Including the press. Everybody out. We want the hall to be completely empty in the next 5 minutes. Carry your belongings and go out, please. Out, everybody. Come and be doing this thing. So, salut, c'est pour faire avec ça. Continue. Be doing something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving you maximum 5 minutes to leave the hall. Please, leave the hall. Let us in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please. Everybody.
Attention, attention, please. Please and please. Please and please, can you vacate the hall for us? Please. Please. If you are not from Villa, please leave the hall for us. Please. Please, if you are not from Villa, please, please, can you vacate the hall for us, please?
Check, check. 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 One. Five. Check, check, check. 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 I need to know what. I'm talking now. Check. Mic check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. Check. Mic check 1. Check 1. Check.
The challenge of Nigeria as a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive.
You say I've never done that.
Yeah, I don't expect you to talk like a lunatic in front of the guy.
No. I'm a
talk like say you don't know what they happen. Don't be talking like say you don't know the mic. They talk like they look you say you man, you're not a perceived person. When no one use mic, when no one has mic.
This thing went off.
No, it won't stay off. It won't stay off. That's the problem.
I'm not a professional.
You are a professional.
It's okay.
Outside that they tell you what inside.
Okay. I mean, it's supposed to pick the phantom mic. Any small sound is supposed to pick.
Be closer and talk to it.
I don't need to be closer,
So
my
that
brother.
by the time we do, we will not balance it. We just even need to. Can I test it? Then I want you over to you.
You want me to talk like this? I'm talking.
You know the jam. I can't go.
I don't know whether I'm wireless. This is a cable. Say you want jammer. I can't talk. He's telling me to talk. If the phantom mic is supposed to pick. It does not pick. He's telling me to talk. Hello. When you walk with hello, sound. This one said it's even too high. Sound. Sound check 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound 1, 2.
Should I take it or there's no need for you not to use it?
No, just me. I will run it.
I want to run this cable so that when it's
okay. Let's just run the table. Leave this one. Once I'm through, I'll work on that. Sound 1, 2. Texting the microphone. Sound check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound 1, 2, 3. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2.
Depending on which side.
1, 2, 3. That's fine. Thank you.
wanted to speak on agenda. Yes, sir.
Sound 1 2. Sound 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sound check 1 2. Testing the mic 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2. 1 2 3.
Are we good, sir?
Oh, not yet. Wait. Oh, hold on. I'm not finished.
Let it point of view, even if it doesn't come, what is
See, I'm trying to point it, but it's going this way.
So what I mean is that, yes, this is my...
They will jam it. Let's just go ahead.
So, are we keeping it permanently now?
What? Yes. You have cultural dance. So if there's no cultural dance, it remains this way.
There are performers, so there's a performance.
Okay,
what if it needs to be there, so let it be there, they will walk around it.
Okay.
Can I ask that to move it here?
No.
So that it's central.
The president is here.
I don't want to make it distant. He's my number. Everybody else can wait. And then people say, this is our president.
Yes. Sound 1 2. Sound 1 2. Sound check 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6.
He won't hold anything. He won't hold anything, so it needs to be close enough. Because he won't stand too close. He won't put his chest on it. So he will. So that one, so that there's a tape. That tape is so that you.
I have it here. I'm going to take it.
The other side, so that doesn't fall.
Okay, you have double side here. Okay, I wanted to turn it and put it on.
There's double side.
Double side, okay, just cut some.
I'm going to come up with him when I'm Let me open.
You only open one side there.
Yes.
Let me agree first.
So the problem is if you bend it too much, so it won't get to him. And you are a bit alive. So I'm saying that should be a bit that way so that it won't.
What is wrong?
He has a.
This one is. This. And again. So is this no like use it. Let's go. Oh. A little bit backward.
So you are good, sir.
Yeah, sure. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Huh?
So you are good, sir. So just you are good.
For down.
Yes.
Check 1, 2.
You are done. The mic too low. Down. The more the mic will be here.
Something like this. It's going to read.
But if you put on like this, it will block.
Sound 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sound check 1, 2. Texting, 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 texting. Sound check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Sound check 1, 2. Texting the microphone. 1, 2, 3.
You know what I'm saying? It's more.
Put this one down.
You were thinking that this one will go on to sound. It's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Grab a seat now, please. Take your seats. The program is minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
The mic is okay. Okay, wait. Is the mic open? That's also good. Sorry, you don't say wait. You don't do that. No, just start question. No, it's okay. Just do rehearsal. Change and make you see whether it's okay like this. Then you fold them back. It's okay. Now, no problem. Because this is what we do yesterday. No, this one, no, the man you say it's okay. How that becomes of it?
Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you respectfully and humbly to please take your seats. Our program will begin in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you respectfully and humbly, please take your seat. Our program will begin in 1 minute. 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully and humbly request that you take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Respectfully, humbly, please take your seats. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are seconds away from beginning. Please, security is asking me to implore you to please take your seats. Those people still standing, if you're still standing, please sit. Thank you very much. At the back there, I see quite a few people congregating. If you're congregating and meeting, chatting with friends, we still will have a time to do that, please. Right now, take your seats, because until you take your seats, I can't begin. I cannot begin the program, so please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats as we welcome the heads of state, not just from Africa, from the Caribbean too. So they're going to join us now, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats and please welcome the heads of states from across the continent of Africa and the Caribbean. as their excellencies take their seats, a few housekeeping rules that I think I might be able to squeeze in here. If you have phones, please keep them on silent. And we also encourage you to use social media and get the message out about this momentous occasion. The hashtag is AAM 2025, hashtag AAM 2025, or hashtag Global Africa. There is simultaneous interpretation devices in English and French. If you want them, just go to the back. I think they're right behind you there. And a lady will furnish you with a headset and a device for you to be able to hear French and English simultaneous interpretation.